Warning: copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
I would include Puerto Ricans and other minorities throughout our country, which have been similarly discriminated against, though not for so long a period of time as Negroes.
Puerto Ricans weren't enslaved. Yeah, this is a problem that stems from slavery. And this compensation, yes, sir, this compensation is coming to people who were enslaved by the white man for 400 years. The Puerto Ricans don't even fit into this picture.
Well, they do fit into it.
No, the problem is the Negro problem. They're not lynching Puerto Ricans.
If a dark-skinned Puerto Rican went down to Mississippi, he probably would be lynched too.
Spanish, he wouldn't be lynched.
No, they don't.
It's the Negro here, and as long as he can speak Spanish or some other language, or if he ties his head up with a turban or something, he can go anywhere in Mississippi or in your home that he desires.
You're not aware of the fact, are you, that African students have been arrested in our demonstrations in the South?
When they
speak French.
When they have been mistaken for the so-called Negro in America, they've been arrested.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear it. If you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, the Essence Fest, the Essence Mess, Tether Palooza. Oh, it didn't open a lot of people's eyes, family. And I know you've been seeing it. I've been seeing it. And it's been an uproar of newly found, awakened foundational Black Americans who are speaking out against such shenanigans and such chicanery. And I've been loving it. And I've been loving it. When I say I've been loving it, I mean, I've been sitting here with caramel popcorn, tossing a little bit more caramel on top. Don't judge me. I'm a little fat ass sometimes, you know, excuse my French, but you know what I'm saying? I was tossing a little extra caramel on top, and I was watching the show as it happened, as it unfolded. And then more and more information started coming out, and I started getting like, golly, this is better than a soap opera. And I don't watch soap operas, but I must imagine that this is what a soap opera would be, or what it must be like. But family, I want to get into it. Before we do that, let me go ahead and give the shout outs to the chat. Certified B1 salute, shalom, much love to Aquarius Minded, Reparations Nation, Priscilla Taylor, Black RU, Miss Niecy, Hurricane Niecy in the building, Andrea Jones, Anita Harrell, Tasting Teas with Tony, Quasi Black Star, Yolanda, and thank you and salute to everybody who's in the chat and who's not in the chat, and everybody who's going to catch this on the playback. Family, so last time we was talking about the Essence Mess, I didn't have the information about our good sister Stephanie Mills like having to deal with the same tech issues. Apparently, word on the street is that everybody who was FBA had technical issues and everybody who wasn't didn't. And honestly, I find it roughly hilarious. Let's start off here. Let's start off.
The Essence intentionally sabotaged Black American artist sets because it seemed like they were the only ones experiencing technical difficulties. From Glorilla to Master P, from Stephanie Mills to Lauryn Hill, they all experience technical difficulties while performing. Check out Glow.
Moments later.
But when it came to the Bantu artists, there was no technical difficulties. Nobody ended up sending Essence a letter about professionalism or the set could have been better or that they need improvement. Everything was smooth sailing for the Bantu, for the African and Caribbean artists. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but the evidence seems pretty consistent, right? It seems pretty consistent.
Family, I'm gonna be honest with you. You can't lie when your eyes see what they see. See, they want you not to believe what your eyes see. They want you to believe what you're told by them. But the funny thing is, no matter what they say, you got eyes for yourself, and you're going to see whatever it is meant for you to see. So I'm not surprised at all that the narratives are falling flat. People are putting out videos proving that these people were deliberately sabotaging people. I'm not surprised at all. Because in the last broadcast, I said I wouldn't be surprised if they were sabotaging them on purpose. We just got confirmation once again. But family, if you remember the last broadcast as well, when we was talking about the situations with the microphones and the technical issues and stuff, one of our brothers said, Badu would never. And I agree with that. Badu would never, I said. Well, come to find out, our good sister Queen was there. And just like we said, Badu would never. She didn't. She didn't put up with it at all. She let them know what was going on and what was on her mind. Let's go here. Run that back.
Now let's address the elephant in the room. Essence Fest 2025. The people been talking, but not in a good way. You got low attendance, energy was off, and even the artists felt it. Our sister Erykah Badu said what a lot of us was thinking. And she's not wrong. Now here's why the vibe was off. They tried to Africanize it. They tried to tether Pan-African aesthetics onto a festival that was built off FBA soul. See, every time you do that, you start watering down the energy. What happens is this. You start watering down the energy that made it all fly in the first place. You know, our culture. That's like saying, nah, I don't want none of that gumbo. Give me some of that bush meat stew with no seasoning. And since we here, let's talk about how Juneteenth got done this year. A lot of places around the country, celebrations got cut short, watered down, and they was done by the evening. Why is this? Because the same thing happened. They pushed all this red, black, and green symbolism into a day that's about foundational Black American freedmen liberation. Juneteenth ain't no global African holiday. And the minute you start trying to Pan-Africanize it, it loses its soul. Yeah, you lose the mojo, and then folks start checking out. Same thing with Essence, same thing with Juneteenth. When you shift the focus away from FBA, trying to include everybody else, sideline our specific history, our fight, and our flavor, the culture goes cold, people disengage, and the moment is lost. So bring it back home. Bring it back to foundational Black American culture. That's the source, that's the magic, and that is the power.
Salute to Azaria being you, to thank you for being here, my sister. Hey, you know, they heard all of us coming out, giving our feedback on the Essence mess. They heard us loud and clear, a lot of them. And they didn't like that. They didn't like our brother Cool Keezy's take on it. They didn't like my take on it. They didn't like anybody's take on it. And so you had a bunch of Tethers coming out running their mouths because they were upset that we were calling it out for what it was, cultural erasure, people trying to basically cosplay us out of our positions. And so they started talking very reckless. And it got more and more reckless as the time went by. It became less and less about Essence and just about Black Americans in general, so to speak. Salute to our brother Christopher Ellis. Our sister said they were using the Radio Shack PA. I feel that. Let's go here, family.
guy. And there's also other people that are complaining about Africans attending the Essence festive. First of all, I am not shocked, but there is something that I'm shocked is, imagine if a white person came on TikTok and says, why are African American attending certain events? They were only for white people only. You would cry racist. You would make protests. So what?
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
I'm pretty sure she did. Salute to Christopher Ellis. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. I'm pretty sure she took a stupid pill with her breakfast this morning. Because here's the thing. They have those type of events all the time. Hell, here's another thing. They have those type of neighborhoods. They have all those type of things. They have the type of banking system. They have the type of sporting situation where, you know, only they own stuff and we are the player. They have all these type of things. And do we cry racism? Yes, because it is racism. What you're talking about is not racism whatsoever. What you're talking about is allowing your people to come in and cosplay us long enough so you can take over and steal a culture. Cultural erasure is what it's called. But let's let her continue.
Why are you trying to treat African the same way that you don't like the other people to treat you? You are, some of you, hypocrites.
Because we did not know at the time of us trying to treat you as good as we was treating you guys, how devious and how manipulative you guys are. I hope that answers your question. I hope that answers your question. Shalom and salute to our brother Shabazz, American Freedman, as well as Tay the Man. Thank you for being here, family.
It's not everybody, but this is what I'm noticing. And this thing, the war against Africans and African Americans, is stupid. Literally. It's very stupid. Like, how in the hell did it even start it?
Really? You. People thinking that they can have the right to... Let me put it like this. We had a house built by our ancestors long before anybody was let into the house. That the house was passed down from generation to generation to generation. And when we were kids, we watched our parents and our grandparents welcome new people into the house. Pregnant women and children and things of that such. And a whole different culture. Nonetheless, right? Selected. So salute to our family. Until you do right. Thank you for being here, family. So what ends up happening is the women who we allowed into the house, our parents and our grandparents allowed into the house, they had their children. And their children grew up with us in the house our ancestors built. And when our parents and our grandparents move on or pass away and all this other stuff, we have the house. It's our house. It's been passed down to us. However, the child of the pregnant immigrant that we allowed into our house, who grew up with us, now believe they can dictate what happens in our house. Not only do they believe that they can dictate what happens in our house, but they think that they can dictate what the ownership of the house is. They think that they can dictate the ownership of everything in the house, the furniture, the food. But the house was already built before you was even given a room. The house was already built before you were given a room. And not only do you think you can dictate what goes on in a house and who owns the house and everything of ownership within the house, like furniture, food, and everything else, cars. You think you can wag your finger at us when we're telling you, hey, this is our house. That's our couch. That's our TV. That's our food in the refrigerator. Those are our cars. You have been a guest here in our house. And you're sending the disrespectful vibes that we don't allow in our house. I hope that clarifies everything.
Even some of you Africans American, they don't want you. Stay where you are needed.
Family, why do these people think that we care if they want us or like us or want to be around us? Why do these people concern themselves on whether another group of people like us? When these people are speaking up for themselves on any topic, we don't jump in and say, oh, I don't know why you're so prideful of your homeland. Those Chinese don't like you. Those folks, those Afrikaners don't like you. But they're so concerned about how other people feel about us. I find that to be strange.
If people are going online and making videos about the African American being at this event here or this and this, they don't want you. Make your own event. And also what I'm going to say, it's not every African American who has this shallow, stupid mindset. Remember this.
So protecting your culture is shallow, stupid mindset, she say. It's a shallow, stupid mindset. So remember that, put a pin in that when you see all these people trying to protect their so-called great homeland. That's a shallow, stupid mindset.
Some are definitely cool people. I have some of my friends who are African American and are so cool. But this type of
I guarantee you, she probably won't have any Black American friends after they get wind of this. I'm pretty sure they never heard her talking like this. They already thought we were all immigrants. Now they think we think like they do. It's all projection. Shout out and salute to our brother Christopher Ellis, because that's dead on. Shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded. She said these Asians are beating them over the beating them with a bamboo stick in their homelands. Exactly. And we're not saying, oh, those people don't like you. Aren't you trying to unite with us? Nah. It don't matter to me who likes you and who don't. I just know I don't like you. I don't like the things you do. And it's warranted. But let's let her continue.
of nurses are just witness on TikTok about why are Africans attending this party. You are forgetting your ancestors came from Africa. You got
allegedly, because that out of Africa theory is just that, a theory. I've said this many times. There are many theories and very little theorems, things that have been proven to be absolutely true. And if you want to go with that theory, then white people are Africans too. Why aren't you going over there trying to make them call themselves white Americans? Excuse me, white African Americans. Why is and that goes for anybody. I'm getting to the point where I'm like, it's just a whole situation where y'all target us. You don't have no African Jamaicans, right? Do you have any African Dominicans? Do you have any African anything? So why in the hell would we want to be running around here calling ourselves African Americans and nobody else who's a part of the so-called diaspora have an African tagline in front of their name? The American part on the African American has an asterisk by it, and we're removing the asterisk.
To Africa, there nobody's going to tell you why you are attending a certain party because you are this or you are from it. No, we don't do that. So this type of division you guys are starting segregation. You're forgetting other things that America's history.
Y'all don't do that because y'all don't have anything to protect. That's one. Because y'all giving everything away. You guys are giving everything away to literally the Chinese, to the Russians. I mean, that's easy. But also, even if you did, you don't have anything of notoriety such as an Essence or an Essence Fest. Nothing that puts you guys on the map whatsoever. Salute to our brother Iron Will. Thank you for being here, family. Nothing at all that puts you guys on the map. You guys needed to buy Essence in order to try to get an inkling of some sort of notoriety.
There's so many issues that are connected with segregation in America, the Jim Crow, the other things. All those things, you guys, you are just doing it. So treat people how you want to be treated.
Family, I don't know about you, but we're not running around here lynching these folks, are we? This woman just said we're over here, all the things that we went through, segregation, Jim Crow, black codes, we're doing it to them. These folks literally think that us protecting our culture is a form of oppression in the likes of Jim Crow, black codes, and segregation laws. It is very, very ignorant, very ignorant of this woman to say anything, but it's very interesting to see the inside of the mind of the Tether once again. I hate going inside that musty brain, but damn it, every time we dig a little deeper, we find out a little bit more about their reasoning.
If it was a white person in America came on to say this, you would be crying here left and right. But for you guys, it's simple. Because you like to look down on Africa. And I don't know why you like to look down on Africans. And it's so sad. Because as some Africans also, there's also people that don't like to do this and whatever. Whatever region or whatever you go to the end of the world, there's people who are not good. But
she said we look down on Africans. I could have swore it was the black community uplifting Africa and Africans as a whole. So much so that you guys became, how do you say, entitled. You started believing that you were the mother, and not just the motherland, but the mother of us as a people. And you started believing that you should be able to leech off of us as the mother. Let's be very clear about that. But you're wrong, and you're finding out more and more as the days go by that you're wrong. And what we look down on is your treacherous attitudes, your scamming ways, your deceitful tongue that think you can just tell us all these pleasantries while talking bad about us to everyone else. That think we should unify now that we're standing up for ourselves and telling you guys, oh, no, this is not how things are going to go. Now we're the bad guys. Well, somebody once said, say hello to the bad guy.
at this type that I'm seeing, it's a big trend on TikTok. African American hating on Africa needs to stop. If you're gonna decline against certain
African Americans hating on Africa, notice that they never ever call out their people. They never just sit there and literally target Africans and say, hey, you guys need to stop this, at least not in mass numbers. You might have one or two that does. But us standing up and responding to people such as herself, that's us hating them. That's us attacking them. Salute to our brother, Casey Malone. Thank you for being here, my Mo City brother. Let's let this tether continue.
Racism in the community. How are you going to end racism when you are being racist against your own race?
By getting you out of the country. Because none of y'all are trying to end racism. You're just trying to find a comfortable place within the system of racism. You're being used as literally a border, a barrier, a tether. Not us. So by getting you out of here, that'll be one step closer to ending racism in this country. One step closer, because we won't have anybody with our skin tone running around here trying to cape for it. Except for the coons, but we'll handle the coons on another day.
Because there is no way anybody who's black will be like, why are black people attending this? Are you crazy? It's like a child.
That's not the argument, you nincompoop. See, I told you guys once before, these people have very low comprehension skills. We can tell them the argument piece by piece, section by section, break it down so that a 5-year-old can understand it. But for some reason, these same individuals, these very same individuals who are adults can hear the same thing that we can break down so a 5-year-old can understand it and come out with a totally different understanding of what's going on. And we're supposed to unify with this. People who have no understanding, no understanding, no outer standing of any situation. Salute Miss Nisi. Not low comprehension, none. Absolutely none. No comprehension skills, none whatsoever.
These people was complaining about Japanese, that why are they attending this and that. And African Americans, please, it's not everybody, but this mindset somehow need to come to an end. I don't know what beef you have with Africans. I don't. You go to Africa, nobody's going to mistreat you. We all just think it's one people, one love.
Really? You in Africa mistreating each other. What the hell are you talking about, man? What about the sister that was out there in Ghana who was talking about all the visa entry fees and how people literally target them because they know they're Black Americans, and the PD don't do nothing about it out there. There are so many situations going on. The woman who moved to Nigeria and they stole all the goddamn building material while she was building her house because she was back here in the United States. Like, what the hell are these people talking about? These people act as if we have very short memories once again. Nobody in Africa will treat you like that. Are you serious?
But this thing is, Africans should do this needs to stop. It's nonsense. Just think, if a white person came to say this to them, you would be crying, racist, racist.
If a white person had said anything to us, we'd be telling them to shut the hell up. In the very same way that we're telling you to shut the hell up. But we're a little bit nicer to you guys because you are of Black hue. When it comes down to the racists and white supremacists and Nabiscos, we're a little bit untamed with some of them. We try hard to tame ourselves when, speaking to someone else of the same hue, just to give them a little bit of grace, give them a little bit of opportunity. and we stick out our hand and you spit in it. So guess what? We slap you in the face with the hand that you spit it in. But the racists, hell, we swinging from the jump. You see, you created a reaction from the effects of your actions. An action from an action, a reaction. Every action warrants a reaction. And you guys act like you don't get it. I can't even say act. You don't get it. Salute to the big black God. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Let's go here, family. These folks absolutely have no comprehension skills whatsoever.
With all due respect to the ADOSs, FBAs, to the pretendians, to the Solanis, to the Black Americans, African Americans, to the ones that are on TikTok, to the ones that are on social media, perpetuating misinformation and disinformation in your community. What is the end goal? What is your end goal? I need you to understand this. I need you
to get all of you tethers up out of here. That way we can start concentrating on the things that really matter. Because really, you guys are a mean distraction. That's what you guys are. You're a straight up distraction. And once we get rid of the distraction, we can get back to business. That's it. That's all.
digest this. Xenophobia amongst oppressed communities is nothing but self-destruction. I learned a while ago it's important to start listening to people that came before you, because
these people are showing day after day that they don't know what xenophobia is. Number one, and I'm going to explain this for all the tethers in the back. Come to the front of the room, tethers. I want you all to come to the front of the room because I need to explain this to you, what xenophobia actually means. Xenophobia, it is not about not liking someone. It's about being intolerant of people of different ethnicities. It has nothing to do with whether people like you or not. And foundational Black Americans are not intolerant really of anybody. If you come to us respectful, we're going to come at you respectful. If you do something disrespectful, we're going to tell you about your disrespect. So us standing on business and telling you how you're pushing cultural erasure of our culture is not xenophobia. And you need to eliminate it from your lexicon, because the way you use it is like an ignorant dude who just learned a new big word. All out of context. That's it. That's all. So, once again, let me reiterate. Xenophobia is the intolerance of a different racial group. That's it.
they have experiences that you have never had. And it does break my heart to see so much misinformation and disinformation perpetuated on this app, especially when it comes to the Essence Festival. The Caribbean and Africans, they want what we got. They want what we got. We always ran Essence. We always ran Essence. What the fuck? Y'all should be embarrassed. The truth is, you don't know who is Caribbean. And most of the time, y'all don't know who African. Until
here they go with that lame ass talking point. Oh, you don't know who's Caribbean. You don't know who's African. Usually your name is a dead giveaway. And we knew who was running that magazine for a long time. Even when the white folk bought it, when the Nabiscos purchased it, and I think it was 2012, 2013, something like that, because it was owned by the Nabiscos first. They didn't change a damn thing. They started adding, you know, some racial tropes up in the articles and things like that. However, they still allowed foundational Black Americans to basically run the whole damn magazine. That's why it was still successful. That's why it was still successful. And I think they had purchased half, I think they purchased 50% in 2012. And then later on, they purchased the remaining. But nonetheless, still nothing changed. But yet, when someone from Liberia comes in and purchases it, when someone from Kenya comes in and starts to run it, you don't think we'll know the difference? You people really think you got the same culture as us? The cultural differences in itself will change essence. The essence of essence is us. And you don't think we can tell whether or not it's us that's running it? That is highly idiotic. That's my opinion on that. You're highly idiotic if you believe that. That's like saying, I rent out my house. As a matter of fact, no, I sell my house. I sell my house to somebody who just moved into the country. And I leave all of my furniture there. It's a furnished house. And I come back, and all the furniture that I left is gone. And there's a bunch of bean bags and African blankets on the wall, dashikis everywhere. You don't think I'm going to say, oh, you guys changed up the place, huh? I'm absolutely going to say, hey, yeah, it looks a lot different than what it was when I left it. Because we have eyes to see. We have ears to hear.
I see their names. I'm gonna read off my notes so I can be succinct. I'm not trying to hold you. So let's go back to 44 years ago. From 1981 to the year 2000, the editor-in-chief, the person who is the top decision maker of Essence magazine. Now, mind you, the person who sets the tone, the voice, the overall style of the publication, decides what topics are covered and how they're framed, approves or even kills major stories, headlines, and visuals, quality control, brand strategy, content calendar oversights. And she was also the public representation for Essence magazine, was a Caribbean woman, Susan L. Taylor.
Under the leadership of whom? She couldn't have had any of that power if she wasn't given that power by whom? Oh, the four brothers who ran and owned Essence at the time. And then Time Magazine, Time Inc. Because of course, Time Inc. is smart enough to know when they purchased the magazine, in order to keep the success of the magazine, well, you got to keep it foundational Black. So they might not have wanted a foundational Black American as an editor-in-chief, because we probably would pull in a whole lot of articles that they didn't want to hit the publication. They would hire a Tether woman. But she might not even be a Tether. She might just be a Caribbean woman. Because they know she still has no ties to us. So if they tell her to kill a story, she's going to kill the story. If they tell her to take on a story, say about let's say LGBTQ in the Black community, or intolerance of homophobia in the Black community, XYZ in the Black community, they'll take it on. She'll take it on, because that's the narrative they wanted to push. And that was during the time we started seeing a lot of those type of articles. That was during the time we started to see men who identify as women being put on the cover of these damn magazines. So you're not flexing. If anything, you're proving our point, your absolute point.
Is a first-generation American, like myself. She comes from an ethnically mixed background, Trinidad and St. Kitts. So all of this nonsense that you guys have been perpetuating on this app about Black generation American, like myself. L. Taylor is a first-generation American, like myself. She comes from an ethnically mixed background, Trinidad and St. Kitts. So all of this nonsense that you guys have been perpetuating on this app about Black immigrants and their children for 19 years, Susan.
Notice that she didn't name anybody else. She's just harboring on this one woman that was, I'm pretty sure, Time Inc.'s first DEI pick. Did y'all notice that? Interesting.
L. Taylor was the face of Essence magazine. That nonsense y'all been saying online has quickly been debunked. You probably can't. You're not tired? You're not tired. Nobody wins with xenophobia. Xenophobia amongst oppressed communities is self-destruction.
All right, we're done with you. We're not even going to finish listening to you. It's like putting nails on a chalkboard. This woman is highly irritating. Salute to our sister Sherelle Bryan. Thank you for being here, family. Let's go here, family. Because like I said, I'm not going to play all this woman's video either because I don't want to subject you guys to such horror. But I just want to play enough so you get the message.
Breaking news to African Americans: you cannot stand alone as a nation. Okay, that nation is taken. It's called Africa. The Essence Festival exposed a lot within the Black community.
Screenshot that. What this woman say? You can't stand alone as a nation. We don't stand alone as a nation. Our nation is the United States of America. What the hell is this woman talking about? You started out going left. You cannot stand alone as a nation. As if we're not American. The nation that the globe looked to. Like, what is, like, the disconnect with these people?
For me personally, because when I was making a video about the cancel culture of Black people, there was a silent war going on within the Black community, and it's between the African Americans and the Africans.
Essence Fest isn't about all of the Black people in the diaspora. It's about Black Americans, all right?
Who are you? You are African before you're Americans.
What? See, this is the fault of Jesse Messy Jackson. Salute the seduction doll. Thank you for being here, family. This is the fault of Jesse Jackson. And also, this is also kind of our fault. Because for so long, we've been sitting there trying to hold up and uplift the ideologies of Pan-Africanism, not knowing we were scamming ourselves the whole damn time. And now these people have an understanding that we're African before we're American. We're not African at all. Like I said, take that over there to the Haitians, take that to the Jamaicans, take that to the Dominicans, take that to the Puerto Ricans, take that to the Costa Ricans, take it to the white folk, take it to the Chinese. But you can't do that, can you? Because that narrative falls flat when you're not talking about us here in America for some reason. Why? Because we allowed it for so damn long. I'm glad 100% full that is no longer the case.
The Americans don't want you. They don't care about your history, because when Black people are in a room.
Once again, another damn tether worrying about whether white Americans like Black Americans or not. What does it matter? Africans don't like other Africans and Africans don't like Black Americans. So what are we talking about? I mean, what are we talking about?
Any non-Black person cannot tell who's African or who's African American just like by looking at us.
That's the lie you tell yourself. And that's the lie that you tell each other. Because they damn sure can tell. They know when they see somebody walking down the street and it's a guy, and he's ashy as hell. He got shorts on and his knees are ashy, and he got on sandals and his ankles are ashy, and the back of his heels are all crusted and infested. They know who that is. When they see a guy walking down the street and he got swag and he got pizzazz and he dressed fresh to death, they know who that is. When they see a guy walking down the street and his hairline is hella off, it's all the way, it starts in the middle of the back of their skull, they know who that is. I mean, we're not going to have this conversation. We're not going to have this conversation. We've been in this country together so damn long, too damn long, for them not to know the difference between us and them. Let's just keep it a buck.
Look at the population of the entire continent of Africa. You decide to remove yourself from the continent and stand alone. You know, I remind you that when it comes to global platforms, Africans are actually winning. Like, I'm sure you know how to use Google. Africans are knocking it out. Like,
Africans are win. Where? Where are they winning? They're not winning here in America because they're getting deported. They're not winning back in Africa. The Chinese and the Russians and all these other nations that own stakes in Africa is winning. Where are you winning? Where are you winning? I need to know this. Can anybody? We're going to take a pause, an intermission for a second. I like to chat. Please let me know. Is there anywhere that these people are winning? I need to know. I haven't found where. God dang it, somebody, please let me know. Yeah, I don't know. They don't win, they flee. We know them as fleers. Not winners, they're fleers. With the hard ER, they are fleers. Where are you winning? Salute the Quasi Black Star, my boy. It's called imagination. Salute to you, family. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's got dang imagination. Because I ain't seen them winning anywhere. Whatsoever. I don't even think they win with the scamming because the scamming catches up to them sooner or later. They end up getting caught up for the scam. Let's get back to it. Let's hear it. Winning.
You are literally fighting the winning team. When you look like the winning team, wouldn't it make sense for you to just join the winning team? And are you standing?
Family, if Africans are the winning team, why is everybody rushing to become American? Why is the world following the influence of Black Americans? What have they shown the world that the world has said, oh, I like how they do that. They're winning. I'm going to do it too. I ain't seen not nothing. Not nothing, fam. I ain't seen not nothing. Everything that they do over there, they're getting from us. When you say join the winning team, y'all move over here and assimilate into us. We don't move to Africa and assimilate into African culture. Even when people do move to Africa, they're still Black American and they cultural don't change. They don't change their culture. They don't act like y'all. And because they don't act like y'all don't like them. Salute, Hula Gang. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. The world is trying to be like foundational Black Americans. That's just a fact. So how are you the winning team? You know what this is, family? These folks are like, okay, they're like a parent that sold their child into slavery. Or better yet, let's use a Bible analogy. They're like all of them, for the most part, are the Tethers. They're like the brothers who sold their brother into slavery. And then when they went into Egypt and found that that same brother was in a high statue there, they were shocked. And then they wanted what? They wanted the benefits of the brother. That's what these people are like. These people are like the folks who sold Joseph. And now they think that Joseph owes them something, even when they came over here and we was looking out for them, regardless of whether they sold us or not. Well, the few that they did sold. And now that we're saying no more, they feel like it's a right, it's a due, they own. We owe them for selling the little bit of people that they sold over here because they messed themselves up over there. So now they want our resources. They want us to look at them as the brothers that they never were, as the sisters that they never were, instead of the people who sold the people away. Very interesting.
Against Africans when you're supposed to be standing against your oppressors? Like, you say, I'm African American. Yeah, but the Americans don't want you. So you might as well just join the wagon.
Family, she has no argument. The argument is remaining the same. Everything goes back to they don't want you. So damn what? Nobody gives a damn what the Nabisco wants. Nobody. Not over here. It's you guys who's so fixated off of what the Nabisco wants, what the Nabisco gonna like, what he's not gonna like. We don't give a damn about none of that. And if that's the whole premise of why you saying we need to be on your team, you done already lost. The number one thing in your head is whether someone like us or not. We don't give a damn. That's why we're the movement around the globe. No matter what the movement is about. If it's about reparations, if we're behind it, everyone's behind it. Only people that's not behind it is people such as yourself, disruptors. And the Nabisco, but even them, they coming along. Especially after seeing how much money has been given to all these illegals. And how much resources are given to all these illegals. But don't nobody give a damn whether they like it or not. They didn't like the fact that we was pushing for civil rights. They didn't want civil rights. They said it was unnecessary. And we forced them. Just like we forced them to free us because we was turning up. We don't give a damn about what any one of those folks, any one of the Nabiscos, the unsalted community, the knuckle draggers, we don't care about what any of them think. And that's the problem with you. And we're going to leave you here. We're going to move along. Because people such as yourself is obtuse. And really, you can't be talked to in the right way. But family, like I said, the disrespect became very, very apparent. And it went from being about essence to being about just everything else, from freaking deportations and migrations, because some people was calling it out. I'm glad Trump getting some of y'all out of here because we don't want you taking our culture. People was upset. They got upset about it. And then all of a sudden it became a situation where people talking about deportation again. I didn't have a problem with it, but apparently some people did. Once again, they tried to come out calling us a cult. Let's go here.
If you're in an FBA or ADOS cult, you can do more with your time than having genealogical pissing contests. Y'all are right-wing Black folks who have nothing because your history is actively being stripped from you. Your identity.
So she calls us a cult, but then goes on to say you could be doing more than having a genealogical pissing contest. So you just admitted that what we're talking about is sound, but yet you're calling us a cult. We can't be a cult if all we're doing is protecting our genealogy. What? Oh, tongue twister. Genealogy, excuse me. Correct? Like I said, these people be talking and they be contradicting themselves in the very next word they say, the very next sentence.
He is wrapped into who your ancestors used to be, but not who you are. What?
What?
Nigga, please.
What you talking about? This is all wrapped up in what my ancestors used to be, but what we no longer are. What are you talking about? The only thing that we're not of our ancestors is the same timid people that y'all wish we were, that was accepting of everybody, regardless of the disrespect and the delusion. That's the only part of the ancestors that's not in us. And it took us a while to get there. But let's see what the hell she got. I don't know what the hell this woman is talking about. Salute Leonard De Yuda. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Willie McKinley. Thank you for being here, family.
What do you have? What do you own? Please point me to the nearest FBA or ADOS hospital. Please.
What do we have? America. What do we own? America. And everything that you're trying to name, like hospitals and things like that, yeah, we already know what happened when we built those. But guess what? As the fighters that we are, we continue to build. We continue to move forward. Unlike some people who claim to be winners, but the only ers they are is fleers with air fleas on their feet.
Point me to the nearest ADOS or FBA chain of grocery stores. Don't have that, huh?
Actually, right here in Houston, got Black. Is it a chain? Might not be a chain, but it's community. And guess what? It's mom and pop. So you can go and talk to the owner right here in Houston. And it's an organic grocery store. Hold on. I think that deserves a little bit of an applause. And most of us have businesses such as that. They don't have to be chained, because a lot of the times we don't want to have a chain store or something like that until it's time. We want to build that community in our community in the way we should, by hiring some of the young Black brothers and sisters in our communities and all the brothers and sisters in our communities and things like that. Salute to Oprah Ivory. Thank you for being here, family. But she acting like not having a chain full of Rouse Markets or HEBs or Kroger's. That woman, please. That's supposed to be a marker for you? Show me the African chain grocery stores in either here or Africa. Show it to me. Since we're holding that as the standard, since that is the bar, you're going to have to show me where somebody led by example. Let's let it continue.
Are you housing our folk? Do y'all have ADOS FBA farmland?
Yeah. Yeah, we do. In case you don't remember, about a year and a half ago, I was very instrumental in helping the FBI and the goddamn news outlets get involved with the Courtney Mallory situation, where those Nabiscos was trying to run him off his farmland. And the police was in on it. These people was going on his farmland, unaliving his farm animals, the cows, the sheeps, and all this other stuff, setting fires to certain part of the buildings, walking in on his wife in their house. And salute to her, because she's a goddamn veteran, and the first thing she did was grab a shotgun, butt ball naked, because she had just got out the shower, and ran them up out of her house. Yeah, we do have farmers. We have many farmers. You forgot about all the farmers who was sued because, well, who sued the government because they didn't get any of the COVID relief? And won, and still had to split it up between mothers. But still, nonetheless, what the hell are you talking about, lady? And these people try so hard to denigrate us by saying what we don't have, and you can't show me anywhere else that do. You're not showing me the Africans with their own farmlands and their farm to grocery store. Not just one, but a chain. She said a chain of grocery stores. You're not going to see a chain of grocery stores over there in Africa. You're not going to see a chain of farms. And if you see them, who owns them? The Chinese, the Afrikaners.
Condominium, apartment complex, a tent, something. Your divisiveness.
Do you know how many Black Americans own apartment complexes? What is this woman talk? Like I said, this woman she's talking out the side of her damn neck for absolutely no damn reason.
Is your short-sightedness, because this Black American understands that Pan-Africanism is what's going to get us liberated and free. No.
Oh, family. Scam Africanism is dead. It's dead. And I got a premiere coming out of the members only. The members here who saw it, they already saw the video that I did on the Scam Africans versus the Diaspora. Oh, family, it's over. It is over. That video solidifies that there is no Scam Africanism. And the Diaspora know it, and the Africans know it. And the only people who haven't figured it out yet is the Scam Africans. Even though they know it, they still want to live by that ideology.
Knowing that Malcolm X had Caribbean root, Marcus Garvey had immigrant root.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Marcus Garvey who's a Jamaican, couldn't get nothing popping in Jamaica. He came over here and got on code with Black Americans. That's it. So bringing up Garvey is not a flex when nobody outside of America rocked with Garvey, where he couldn't even go back home and live what the rest of his life. No, he lost his election and he died in London. So bringing up Garvey is not a flex. Why do these people continuously do that? I don't understand it. But also, Malcolm X's FBA. His culture and upbringing was FBA. He wasn't even raised with his mother, who's Ghanaian. He was raised as an FBA. So guess what? He's FBA. His culture is FBA. His upbringing is FBA. He got FBA blood. Stop trying to take the FBA out of people like Malcolm, because it's not going to work. Salute to Miss Mickey Jones. Salute to you, family. As well as Star Child. I laughed at your comment because you're jumping a little bit ahead of me. You're jumping ahead of me, fam. But we're going to get to that. Great point. They came to steal our 1.7 trillion buy-in power and send it to Africa. They got all the resources in their homeland and want our money. Absolutely. But we're going to get to that a little bit later. Great call out. Salute Opa Ivy. She said Marcus Garvey wasn't a backstabber, cutthroat, lying, scheming, tether like you. Honestly, if Garvey was alive today, I think he would disassociate himself with his people too. I'm going to be honest with you. That's just my opinion. I think, I believe, I assume. Let's continue.
W.E.B. Du Bois was buried in Ghana. And whether from
So goddamn what? Why do I care where W.E.B. Du Bois was buried? Not in the sense of, not caring about him being buried. I'm like, if he chose to get buried in Ghana, he chose to get buried in Ghana. Why would I care about that? Stevie Wonder just became a Ghanaian citizen. Do I care about that? A little bit, but not too much. If that's what he want to do, he's a Ghanaian citizen now, but he's still FBA. And when he gets buried, if he dies over there and he gets buried over there, guess what? I'm not going to be sitting there allowing y'all to say Stevie Wonder is buried in Ghana. I'm like, so damn what? What the hell has any of that got to do with the price of tea in China? Salute Breeze Omega. Thank you for being here, family, as well as AB. Thank you for being here, family. This is the nonsense these people, the lengths that these people are going to. Because it's desperate. They're desperate.
Toure to Assata Shakur, the Black radical tradition always stood behind the Black diaspora as a whole. And that red and black flag that a lot of y'all like to wear in your profile, not you, because you're probably a bot.
So if you ain't repping the Pan-African flag, then you're a bot. Now she's on the Joy Reid tip. Because we're not repping no red, black, and green in our bios. We're repping the American flag or the Black American Heritage flag or the FBA flag. I don't have no goddamn Pan-African flag. And many of us don't. So just because you do, and you assume that we all have one, you make an ass of yourself.
Oh, that red and black flag that a lot of y'all like to wear in your profile, not you, because you're probably a bot. My great uncle, Robert Bobby Stewart from Elizabeth, New Jersey, made the prototype for that.
So the tethering runs deep. The scamming runs deep. Okay, that's all you said. Thank you for letting us know that. You didn't say anything that was so, eye-opening, but that. That's why it's so important for you to fight for the protection of scam Africanism. I got it. Good. Thank you. You're a great uncle. Thank you for that information. I tell you, let them talk. They tell on themselves, right?
Genealogy, these nuts.
Oh, genealogy, these nuts. Oh, yeah. And that's probably coming from a tether yourself. I'm pretty sure that you are. I am absolutely pretty sure. Yeah. Family, let's go here.
I'm about to say something very controversial. Okay. Because as you all know, I wasn't born in this country, but I do pay attention.
You don't say. I couldn't tell that you wasn't born in this country. But wait a second. Yeah, I could. That forehead, that light bulb, the hairline starts like 5 inches behind your eyebrow. Yeah. Let me see that. Yeah, that's a 12-inch forehead. Yeah, I knew who you were. It looks like you're having a football game played inside of your mind right now. I knew who you were. But let's let her talk. Let's let her have her little say.
So, to my Black Americans who were enslaved, whose ancestors were enslaved, when you guys were enslaved, who fought for you?
We did. The only people who fought for us. We did. And succeeded.
Who freed you?
We did. See, this is more of that nonsense that the Haitians freed, came over here and helped free the slaves. That's dumb shit. Excuse my French, but it is. It's just dumb. Salute Archie Thomas. Thank you for being here, family. It is completely ignorant. None of these folks came from Haiti to fight for us. The folks who did come from Haiti, who fled from Haiti, those were white Haitians because they were getting ran out of there. Don't y'all remember Dessalines was unaliving all of them? When they won, they was trying to make sure nobody came back. Remember? And so the white Haitians ran their ass over here for protection by other white people. The Haitians stayed in Haiti. And many of those Haitians who came over here joined the Confederacy. So all this nonsense that these people are talking, oh, Haitians, if it wasn't for Haiti and their revolution, we had the first documented revolution. We have the most documented revolutions on the books. And they came over here to fight for us when they wasn't free until 1804. Really? No. We're not going to have that. But let's let her continue.
What other race went to bat for you? What other countries went to bat for you?
None. Absolutely none. Shout out to Hula Gang. Her head's so big, her code name is Minecraft. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, geez. Shout out to Iron Will. A big Frankenstein head ass. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
What other nations was like, nah, y'all can't do it, stood up?
None. You think other nations said y'all can't do it and came over here and fought for us? Like who? Please enlighten us.
Food for thought.
Oh, and then she ends with that. No type of scholarly information, no type of resources. You just leave it there. Food for thought. Ain't nothing to think on. We know. See, that's the difference between you and us. Y'all think and we know. And that's what you get for thinking. And that's what we know. We know not to ask y'all about nothing because y'all don't know a damn thing. See, that's the difference between belief and knowledge. In the middle of a belief, you see a lie. And knowledge, the first four words, the first four letters, of knowledge is what? No. We have the knowledge, and you guys just think you do. We have the know, and you guys just think you do. Let's keep it 100. Salute to our brother Reef. Thank you for being here, family. All right, you're done. You're done. You're done. Let's go here because, family, these folks are running around here talking about they got to start a whole new movement for Black American and African American, well, Black American and African unity. I thought that was called Pan-Africanism. Must not be working out for you, is it? Let's go here.
What's happening, everybody? Hey, check me out one time. My name is Arif. I'm an Ethiopian. I'm starting a new movement called the Babao movement. Babao stands for Black American and Black African Unity.
The Babao movement. It sounds like someone taking a shit to me. The Babao movement. Bow movement is perfect. That is a perfect name for it. Babao movement. It's going to end up in the toilet soon enough.
There's a diaspora war, so they say. No, it ain't. Fuck all that shit. We're putting an end to that shit right now. I'm stepping on that motherfucker right now. You hear me? If you are an elder in the African community and you hear a Black African talking bad about a Black American, slap the taste out they know. If you are a Black American hearing a Black American say the same shit about Africans, I implore you to do the same. We're putting an end to this fuckery. We need each other in this world, man. Everybody out this motherfucker who ain't melanated don't give a fuck about us.
Family, all the years these folks have been telling us how their parents and family has been talking bad about Black Americans and all this other nonsense. You've never not once heard stories of us telling those same type of things. Not once did he go around talking about slapping other Africans who speak bad about foundational Black Americans. But since we're standing up for ourselves now, he's now saying that so that he can then turn around and tell foundational Black Americans to slap other foundational Black Americans who are holding these people accountable for the same damn things that they've been doing for decades. So I'm supposed to slap my brother for calling out this damn tether. No, hell no. Yeah, you go slap your tethers. You go slap them when they're being disrespectful. That's what you do. But if you think that I'm going to go slap my FBA brother, my FBA sister, you off your rocker. because they're calling out an action. And that action is called tethering. Goddamn dusty tether. Dirty damn tethers. That's these dirty damn tethers. They think we ain't smart enough to comprehend when y'all not even smart enough to comprehend what racism actually is. You still think prejudice is racism.
It don't matter where you from. They don't care. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a movement, and I want to see people putting this shit on shirts. I want to see you marching with this shit. If you want to make a flag for it, go ahead. Hear me? Go ahead. Do it.
If I see anybody walking around with a shirt that said "Babao movement" on it, I'm gonna hand them a roll of toilet paper and point them to the nearest bathroom. I'm going to repeat that. If I see anybody walking around with a shirt that says Babao movement, I'm going to hand them a roll of toilet paper and point them to the nearest bathroom. Salute Casey Malone. Go home and listen to Bobby Brown, Tetheroni. Love that. Hell yeah. Or go listen to something like Tether Love. So tether. Let's continue.
It's time. It's time. We ain't playing no more. They don't care about us, bro. They just hung 4 black people this week. This motherfucking week. And we over here bickering amongst each other for what? While the enemy's picking us off one by one. Enough.
We've been telling y'all about that for how long now? How long have we been pushing the same damn talking point? They out here picking us off. We need to come together. There's strength in numbers. And your tethers said no. And now you turned around and saw that it's all coming after you. Everything is stemming and targeting you for the most part. Now all of a sudden, y'all need the Babao movement. I guess you didn't take your damn laxatives because you got to go create a Babao movement. That will never get old.
Right. If you're melanated, repost this video. You ain't got to like it. You ain't got to comment. Repost and help me get this message out there. We're starting a new movement. We're going to get this shit right this time. Bow, bow.
Bow, bow. Babao movement. That's their call. Bow, bow. Oh, you tethers. Oh, you are comedy at its finest. Comedy at its finest. We don't want nothing to do with your Babao movement. You can go take a Babao somewhere else. Take that Babao movement somewhere else. Because in that Babao movement, you're going to have people such as this.
You guys are not oppressed. You're lazy, that's all it is. Go get jobs, work. I am oppressed. The white people are oppressing me. Where are they to oppress you? You guys are not oppressed. You're lazy, that's all it is. Go get jobs, work. I am oppressed. The white people are oppressing me. Where are they to oppress you? You guys are not oppressed.
I don't want to unite with nobody like that at all. Salute to our brother Still Kevin Trees is in the building. Also to our brother Eric Ford, a day late and dollars short. You are absolutely correct. Y'all want to wait until after the food is gone to try to come and get a plate. Nope, the food is gone. And we're not making any more. That's it. You can take your Babao movement and go wipe your ass with it. That's it. That's all. Yeah, hey. It's called Babao. It's called a Babao movement. That is like, you can't write this. The Most High writes this because you can't write this stuff. This stuff writes, it can't write itself. The Most High literally has picked up the pen and say, let me throw this joke up in there because, you know, my children will get this. My children will pick this up. But family, I want to get into some of the responses from the fam. Their response warrants responses too. So what the hell? Oh, we're still up in the tethers. Okay, let's move away from the tether situation. And let's go here.
I just seen a video of an African lady complaining about how African Americans were mad that Essence Fest is now becoming a diaspora thing when it really was meant to celebrate our culture. And it's such a disingenuous conversation for a couple of reasons. And I'm sorry if I go all over in this video, but it really is so many things that's on my fucking mind. For one, when African Americans were going to Lagos a couple of years ago, when African Americans go to Labor Day and Juve, y'all say that we're the reason why it's ghetto. Y'all say that we're the reason why things get shot up or get shut down. Y'all blame all the dysfunction on us, as if there wasn't dysfunction at these events prior to us getting there. That's number one. Number two, what happened to us not having any culture? Now we're supposed to share our cultural event with you. African Americans.
Didn't I say? As the days go by, more and more foundational Black Americans, whether they're using the name or not, are starting to sound like us. Salute to our brother Damon Reeves. Thank you for being here. Shalom to you, family, as well as Jesse Paris. Thank you for being here, family. Shalom to you as well.
Experienced so much fucking xenophobia within the diaspora, and now we're talking about how we want to keep our event for us, and now all of a sudden it's, oh, but we need to share our cultures because blah 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 and blee blee blee. Bitch, no. Because not only do y'all not understand our culture, you don't respect our culture. Because anytime the conversation comes up, the African Americans have no culture, and we start explaining our culture, you try to strip it down and like bring all of its roots back to Africa. But y'all never do that with soca music. Y'all don't do that with fucking dancehall. Y'all don't do that with reggaeton. But yes, hip hop and rap music, which was created in the Bronx in the fucking 70s and 80s, yes, that is straight from Africa, from the motherland, because it has some fucking drums in it. Then three, a lot of you are fucking xenophobic, and I know I already said this, but I'm gonna keep saying a lot of you are fucking xenophobic. And it's a rhetoric that a lot of first gens and a lot of immigrants who move here have. Y'all move into Black areas, y'all assimilate into Black American culture, because it's not American culture, it's Black American culture, and then turn around and don't want to raise your kids around Black people because we're ghetto, or call us ghetto, and sit there and have the same fucking racist rhetoric that white people have about us, and you're also Black. I literally was having a conversation with an African the other day, and they literally told me that their parents moved them to the DMV into Baltimore City, but didn't want them going to school in Baltimore City, not even just because the schools are bad over there, but because they didn't want them around the Black. Let's talk about how African people have slurs for fucking Americans, even Caribbeans. Y'all going around calling people fucking Yankee. Mind you, Yankee was a slur that the Confederacy used against Northerners. Yeah. And it's not even like, oh, I'm saying this to start a diaspora war conversation, but it's just the fact that niggas are so fucking.
Family, I got to pause right there because she just reminded me of the Yankee situation. I forgot all about the Yankee situation. So even when these folks are coming up with names they're not original, they're tethering on to somebody else's interpretation of something else. That's what the hell it is. Yankees, it did come from the South and what they used to call the Northerners. They can't even come up with their own name for Americans. That's how bad the tethering goes. That's how deep the iceberg goes. Salute to Baka Buck. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Coctavius. Salute to you, family.
Disingenuous with wanting support and wanting us to share our culture because it's benefiting you now. Essence Fest should have and needs to stay a Black American and African American themed event. Why? Because that's how it started. That's its root. It's okay for us to want our events to stay our cultural events the same way y'all want y'all events to stay cultural events. The same way y'all want African themed events to stay African themed events with your music and your cultural attire and your food and all that. That's perfectly fine. We deserve that same thing too. And this is why, again, I'm going to continue to say it's a disingenuous ass conversation because y'all swear up and down we have no culture. Now we're showing you our culture and now you want part in our culture. And the lady who made that video, yeah, bitch, I'm talking to you specifically now because you were so nasty and disingenuous in them fucking comments to act like you don't understand why people want our event to stay our event, while also being in the comments like, oh, well, your own should have bought it if that's how you felt. Even if a person across the diaspora bought Essence Fest, they should have still been able to understand why Essence Fest should have stayed Essence Fest. You as an African living in America should understand African American culture, should understand why it's important, should understand its influence. You should respect it, because that's really what it boils down to, is that y'all just don't respect African Americans. Y'all don't respect our culture. You should have respected our culture enough to know, let me keep this the same. Essence Fest has been a staple in the community for how many years? How many fucking years? Let me keep it the same. It's disingenuous and it's fucking disrespectful.
Facts. Like I said, and it gets more FBA as the time goes on, family. It gets more FBA as the time goes on. Salute to LaRonda Hicks. Thank you for being here, family. Shalom to you. I want to go here, family.
Black people. So when are we about to officially start calling ourselves the Sulan/Sulani people? Because clearly people are confused as to who the we and the us is. Because who the fuck is that lady at the Essence Fest? And I ain't even really following the situation, but the shit keeps coming across my timeline, so I'm going to comment on it. You are not we. They are not us. Africans are not Black Americans. You guys hate us just like those white people hated us. Y'all come over here and try to assimilate to our, well, y'all tried to assimilate to their culture, and now that our culture is what's popping, you want to assimilate to ours. It's a fucking no. You was not with us shooting in the fucking gym. Baby, we are not going. We do not want it. We're good. We've always been by ourselves, so we'll stay by ourselves and keep the money where we are. We're not going to the fucking Essence Fest. We're not doing that. If a African American does not own the Essence Fest, then we're not fucking going. Y'all trying to push all type of other shit at a space that was specifically meant for Black people. We're not fucking going no more. I don't understand what part of that y'all don't get. So
salute to my brother IOL. He said, "Did you ever cover that? What that goofy Drake said, huh?" Nah, I haven't covered that yet. I know he out there talking about the UK got better rappers, the best rappers, and all this other stuff. He ain't even got the clout to give away that. How one of the, I don't even consider Drake a rapper. I consider him an actor. Because he act like he writes his stuff. He acts like he can actually rap. And he acts like, you know, he has the clout. He don't. He don't have any type of connection to this community. So anything that dude say, it goes right out the window with me. But I am going to be talking about that at a later date. But salute and shalom to you for that.
Yes, we need to start getting those flags, the Sulani flags. And we really need to officially adopt that as our name. Don't fucking come up in here doing trying to be a part of the dance hall, bitch. You don't see African Americans copying no motherfucking body. You don't see us trying to stake claim over nothing that's not rightfully ours. Why do y'all do that shit to us? When have y'all ever seen us just be like, oh, this is ours, and it wasn't ours? Unless we were stealing your shit, because then that's might be a little bit different. But yes, Black people, we gotta start taking ourselves seriously, because these people is playing in our face and they're trying to make us feel like, oh, we are you, bitch. You're not us. You are not fucking us.
Real stuff. Shout out to our brother Still Kevin Trees. Been saying this since high school. Absolutely, family. Also, shalom and salute to our brother Maxwell Jenkins. Thank you for being here, family. Yeah, family. Like I said, it's getting more and more out there. Folks are more and more like, hell no, we won't go. This ain't what you want.
Feel the race of people who organize it shouldn't matter. What should matter is that they understood the history and meaning of what it is. I do not believe they understood before they started playing. That's y'all problem. That is y'all problem right there. It does matter. Essence Festival is a part of Black American culture. Period. Be my biggest issue. Why is it that we got to share our culture with everybody, but the moment that they get in, they want to take the shit over? You can't just respect it and just be a onlooker, just be a visitor of it. You got to come in and you got to put your own fucking spin on something that you don't understand. If you were not born in America as a Black American, and you have generations of Black American ancestors, you will never understand our culture. You are a fucking visitor to it, and therefore you should respect it. Everybody who decided that they are no longer going to deal with Essence, I 100% stand behind them, because it was beyond disrespectful for that woman to sit up there and say, oh, well, we're taking Essence to the original motherland. Bitch, it's for Black America. It was started by a Black American. Are we seeing Black people help out when it comes to the Puerto Rican parade? Are we seeing Black people create Telemundo television shows? Are we seeing Black people even a part of anything that has to do with St. Patrick's Day or Cinco de Mayo or any other historic event that represents a specific culture?
The answer to that is no. Shout out to Quality Black Star. Just clocked out, about to go home and have a bow move. Bipolar movement. Oh, don't put it on your shirt. Don't put it on your shirt.
We are not behind it. We may attend it because we are visitors and we are embracers of different cultures in this country. It's not. You come in, you enjoy it, you enjoy the scenery, you enjoy the music, you enjoy the food, you enjoy the people, and you go the fuck home. Don't need to be a part of the planning. Don't need to be a part of the finance. Don't need to be on the motherfucking billboard when it comes to it, because it's not yours. It's not yours to call who the fuck organizes, unless you are a Black, foundational Black melanated American. And I'm landing my plane with this shit. For some reason, I don't understand why the fuck Black Americans got to share something that they created with every fucking body. And then once they take it over, all of a sudden it's been completely colonized and it's not the same. The same thing with our hair care product. Another thing that pisses me off is maybe Black Americans should stop fucking selling out to everybody else who's not Black American. Keep your shit and hold it near and dear to your heart. We wouldn't be having this conversation in the first place.
That's exactly what I said in the last broadcast, family. And salute to Reparations Nation, in case I didn't give you a shalom and a salute to you, family. Thank you for being here. That's exactly what I said in the last broadcast, family. When we build something, if we're ready to sell it, if we're ready to get rid of it and turn a profit, we should be looking for people who's a part of the FBA community to sell it to. We should be looking for people within the FBA community who's willing to put together their money and create an investment group or whatnot and let them purchase it. If one person can purchase it. We should stop trying to sell our stuff, because that's all it's going to end up doing is giving access to a whole different group to use what we've built against us. It happened with BET, Essence, Ebony. And I'm tell you the truth, I'm glad Jet Magazine just went bankrupt rather than god dang selling it to white group. Because I tell you, that Jet Beauty of the Week, oh, it would get a whole lot more musty. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. But let's go here, family. Because people think that we're supposed to care that people purchased the magazine and the festival. So what? Even if they did purchase it, they should have kept it the same if they wanted to make money. But they didn't. They're trying to infuse a culture into something that already had a cultural element to it. A significant cultural element. So let's go here.
How you arguing over something that you don't even own? Essence belongs to Africa now. And that's good. There's no originality there. Not zilch fucking nada. They needed to use something that was already platformed and created at its very core and foundation by Black Americans to try to siphon money from the Black American community. And it is what it is. Nobody really cares. We're just pointing out what's exactly going on and how ethnically they're trying to erase us by co-opting things that we've created and turning it into something else to make it seem like, you know, a few years down the line, you will think that Essence was created by Africans.
That sister is alluding to something that we're going to be talking about a little bit later. But she is alluding to something that is highly, highly serious that we should be thinking about as well. But salute to our brother Still Kevin Trees. He said Bushmeat of the Week. I'm gonna be honest with you right there. That right there probably what they would have had to change the name to. Damn Beauty of the Week is Bushmeat of the Week. It'll be a scratch and sniff. You can smell the bushmeat through the scratch, straight through the paper. Let's let this sister continue. I'm gonna speed this up a bit.
It's not true. Our voices will not be stifled and we will not be silenced. And we will continue to speak out so that we're at least privy to what's going on, so that we can be mindful of where we're spending our 1.5 trillion Black American dollars and who we're supporting. This is not to say that we shouldn't support Africans or shouldn't support anybody else in diaspora, but we just want to be aware of what it is that we're actually pouring our money into. And because we think Black owned automatically just means Black American, that's not the case anymore. So I'm going to continue to use my platform to inform people of where we're spending our 1.5 trillion Black American dollars. It's not about who owns it anymore. It's about who started it. And it's about who's going to continue to keep it alive. It's relevant to Brooklyn. I hope this helps.
Facts. Facts on facts. To be honest with you, for me, there is no support from the FBA community until further notice. So, you know, I'm not going to no more Jamaican spots. I'll make my own oxtails if I want oxtails. I'm not going to any Mexican places. I'm making tacos if I want tacos. If I want Tex-Mex, that's what I'm going to make. Because these people have shown themselves to be openly hostile towards us. Why should we go and give them any of our pocket money for them to build wealth and their families to build wealth and for them to send that wealth back to their home countries? For what? If you don't like me, cool, stand on that. I don't like you either. I don't like anybody who don't like me. And I don't respect anybody who don't respect me. Respect is a give and take. You got to give it to get it. And if you think that you're not going to respect me, but you're going to take my dollars, oh man, you are so far gone. You are so far gone. Nobody's going to be able to help you, big boo. Maybe that Babawa movement will help you out. Over on this side, no, you're far gone. So in my eyes, if you're not on code, I ain't rocking with you. If you're not in the B1 Rolodex, I ain't rocking with you. And if I find out that my boy, my brother Kid Gravity go and start a business, then guess what? I'm gonna go rock with him because I know him and I know that he's on code. And I got a few other friends that I'll rock with. Yeah, I'll know that they're on code. But to the people who are just randoms, I'm not rocking with you whatsoever. The greater Jamaican restaurant industry, the greater Mexican food restaurant industry, or any other cultural restaurant industry, Indian food, you've all lost a lot of support in my eyes. And we'll see how things go. We'll take it one at a time. Salute to Kevin Jones and our sister C. Terry in the building. Salute to you, family. Thank you for being here, as well as JJ. Thank you for being here, family. Family, let's go here.
Yeah, Black Americans, they won't be back to the Essence Festival. I just watched some videos and I didn't. Yeah, they won't be back. That lady said the originals are here. The original what, ma'am? Y'all are mad disrespectful. Mad disrespectful. But hey, you know what? You bought it. Good luck with it. Good luck with it.
Because you're going to need it. Salute to the world's best braider. Soul food, here I come. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if I decide I need I have a taste for something else, I got a kitchen. And I got cookbooks. And I got talent behind the stove. Well, in front of the stove. Behind the stove would be me in between the stove and the wall. Let's go here.
You new blacks make me very fucking nervous. Do you understand me? Y'all make me very fucking nervous. It must be a beautiful thing to have another country to go back to. I don't know, because I'm Black American. Generations. This is my motherfucking home, bitch. And so it's becoming a bit fucking annoying. Just a fucking bit annoying, especially for a bunch of Flatbush Avenue ass motherfuckers to get up here every day and say what Black Americans should be doing. Bitch, your parents didn't try to even make it work where you're from. You understand that? Your parent, you and your ilk didn't even stay home to fight the fight there. But you come up here and you tell Black Americans how we need to fight in our home where we're from. There's no culture exchange. There's no dual citizenship. There's no, oh, if this shit fuck up, you can hop on a JetBlue flight and go back. There's none of that. This is home. This is all we have. And you motherfuckers don't respect it. You don't give a fuck about it, but you demand our service and keeping it where the fuck it is. Absolutely not.
Well, tell them how you really feel, sis. Tell them how you really feel. Family, we're at the point where we're not caring how anybody feels. We don't care what anybody say. We're literally out here letting people know this is what it is. This is how it's going to be. Deal with it. Deal with it. And they don't like it. They don't like the fact that they're getting checked either. But guess what? This sister put it best. I'm going to let her go.
How is it self-hate if I want absolutely nothing to do with the others and everything to do with us? I love us. I love being American. I do not want to be African.
Period, point in black. Period, point in black. Salute to us as the world's best braider again. Said the new DEI, deport every illegal. Yeah. That's a DEI that I support all day long. That is a DEI for that ass. Let's go here, family.
Y'all, I'm so happy. Black Americans, I am so happy. One thing I can say that came out of this here Essence Festival, she thought that she was going to be bridging the gap when really she just woke more Black Americans up to the fact that them motherfuckers is trying to colonize us. I have seen so many videos of BAs using the right language, using the right word. It is colonization, okay? And because history is my thing, y'all, I know the pattern of colonization. I know exactly how colonization works. And what Africans are doing is colonizing. They're trying to colonize Black Americans. And I know people from African countries are going to come and they're going to say, no, that's not what we're doing. Yes, that is what y'all are doing. Okay. It's just like when the snow folk encounter indigenous people of any place that they've ever gone that are different to them. And they say, what's wrong with you? You're not living right. You're not living right. You're not doing right. You're not talking right. Right. So what you need to be is more like me. That's why everybody aspires to whiteness. That's why everybody has to assimilate into whiteness. A lot of people from African countries want us to assimilate into them. Okay. And they think that if it's not like them, you know, and because we are Black, right? If it's not like them, they're just they think that we're like savages, we're undeveloped, we're uncivilized, like all of that different shit, when really we're just who we are. And then the fact that if you listen, like you let them talk long enough, and we've all had many conversations with them, they find it absolutely preposterous and mind-boggling that Black Americans like being Black American, and that Black Americans are happy just the way that we are. This is why they oftentimes try to convince us that we couldn't possibly be happy. But what about your roots? But what about where you come from? Or you don't know where you come from, or you don't have language, you don't have any African language. Don't you feel empty inside? Like, no, bitch. I feel just fine. Like, I don't feel lost. I don't feel disconnected. I don't feel nothing. The fuck? Like, Black Americans have community. I've always felt like I belong. Even times when I didn't feel like I belong, I still felt like I belong, right? It has its ups, its downs, its good, its bads. Every community has that. Sometimes we get along, sometimes we don't. Every community has that, okay? Some families are absolutely perfect. Some aren't. Every community has that. But not every community has Black American culture. Not every community has the Black American experience. And this is why I say, and so many of us say, I would choose to be Black American in every lifetime. Because we the shit. We are the shit. And yes, it's frustrating, it's aggravating because we got to gatekeep. People always trying to take our shit. All of the different stuff that comes with it, not to mention the racism. I rate that. Okay. But outside of that, man, I'm a part of the fucking dopest human beings on earth. Okay. And that is like priceless. That's priceless. But they can't fathom the fact that we're proud of our history, because they don't think that we should be proud of our history. You know, the whole thing of dissing us about being descendants of slaves. They don't think we should be proud of that. That we're proud of our ancestors. We're proud of the things that they did. We're proud of the things that they went through. And we're proud of their strength that brought us here today. They can't fathom that. They can't fathom that we like the way that we talk, and we don't feel bad about not speaking 11 different languages because there's 11 different languages spoken in one African country, or any of the other shit that we have going on. Any of the other shit, right? And that even though we had all kinds of systemic shit going on or whatever, like, we're still here, and we have so many things to be proud of. And so I love the fact that the Essence Festival just really brought that out. And I just love the fact that all of the different events that are going on is really making Black Americans, you know, straighten out some narratives and assert ourselves and stand up for ourselves and say, hey, bitch, this ain't motherfucking Thanksgiving, ho. You not finna fucking colonize us. Take that shit back across the ocean. Because we will end up dragging y'all ass from sea to shining sea before we will ever let you colonize Black Americans. Have a good day, y'all.
Family, our sister said what she said. Don't ask her to say it again, because she don't need to. If that didn't hit you in your ribs, pause, then maybe you ain't FBA. Period. We've always been proud to be who we are. We ain't never tried to be nobody else. Even when we tried to connect with them, we still knew who we were. We just wanted a connection to our diaspora brothers and sisters. And they showed us that connection. Yeah, that's a hell no for them. So we said, oh, okay, no worries. Go ahead and do you. And now everybody's running back. So like I said, family, the Essence mess was one of the best things that ever could have happened, because like our sister said, they thought it was going to be a bridge, and really all it did was wake up a whole lot more people. It exploded in their face, to say the least. Pause. So much so that some information about your boy Rich Dennis, the owner of Essence. Some information came out about him since the last time we spoke, family. We're going to talk about that. Got to talk about that. Harlem National Black Theater scanned by investors, reporters say. I'm pretty sure y'all didn't heard about this, but we're going to just touch on this just a little bit. Two investors who were supposed to oversee renovations of the National Black Theater in Harlem instead used the money for their own personal businesses. I threw personal in there because it's personal. For their own personal businesses, leaving the theater in foreclosure, the New York Post reported. Richie Lou Dennis and Naima Tubman reportedly used a $6.5 million loan intended for an overhaul of the theater at 2031 Fifth Avenue for their own soap and lotion business. Oh, Nubian heritage, the Post reported. As a result, property taxes on the theater went unpaid, and the bank lender began foreclosure proceedings against the 43-year-old institution. Our 8-year relationships with Nubian began with such promise, but quickly became an enormous drain on our financial resources. Michael Litcock and Sade Litcock, the children of the National Black Theater founders, Barbara and Tier, in a statement. The group continuously took advantage of our commitment to African American entrepreneurship and our advocacy on behalf of our friends, they said. Tier founded the theater in 1968 as a venue for Black artists and brought Dennis and Tubman in as investors in 2002. When the venue was in danger of closing, the Post recorded. So this isn't his first time buying into something that's cultural, foundational Black American. This isn't his first time dipping his pinky toe into a pool of foundational Black American greatness. Dennis and Tubman started selling their Dennis and Tubman started selling their lotion and soap on the street in the 1990s and received loans from the Upper Manhattan Employment Zone to open a storefront and expand on the internet. The paper reported. The businessman used the theater building as collateral for a $6.5 million loan in 2006, and the bank foreclosed on the property after Dennis and Tubman stopped paying on the previous loans, according to the Post. A spokesman for the partners said they played no part in the theater's financial woes, and that the foreclosure was due to his own mismanagement. I wonder, will they say the same thing when Essence go out of business? I doubt it. So the family start calling them out about it, this Richie Lou. And they was making it clear that he's looking like a scammer. One of those, like, you know, the African scammers that we be calling out? The scam Africans? Let's go here.
Sniff a scam artist out, huh? Thank you for this heads up. Let me go to the story so I can read it for all of us, okay? This is the same man who's the owner of this new essence, okay? So let me read the story out of the New York Post for everybody who does not know about this particular story. Way back in 2011, the very same person who owns the new essence, okay, was caught up in some con game way back. Let me read it to you. It's a New York Post. 2 Liberian immigrants who got their start selling soap on the streets of Harlem are living large with a booming beauty products business, homes in a pricey Long Island suburb, and luxury vehicles in their driveway. But along the way, pals, I don't know how to pronounce his first name, Rich Lou Dennis and Naima Tubman, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name either, but let me let you see them. Those two defaulted on more than $1 million in taxpayer-funded loans, failed to pay more than $450,000 in state and federal taxes, and decimated the finances of a Harlem cultural institution. Yes, that's Black culture. They decimated it. Now, let me finish reading y'all what they did. The nonprofit National Black Theater, which partnered with those 2 men, claims the entrepreneurs spent money from a $6.5 million loan, a $6.5 million loan meant for renovations to the theater building on their own business ventures. So what happened back in 2011, if I can summarize, these 2 Liberian immigrants, one of which is now the owner of Essence and the Essence Festival, okay? Back in the day, in 2011, they partnered up with the National Black Theater.
Family, my bad. I something just came to me. Let's go back here real quick. This Naima Tubman person, for all those who is here with the Essence Mess broadcast that I did, that was the woman with the crooked, dirty wig. That was the woman whose wig looked like a helmet on her. That's who that woman was. So not only is the woman running around here messing up the look of Essence, but she's a scammer while doing so. It just hit me. She must have got married or something, but that's the same woman, Naima Tubman. Huh. All right. Let's let her continue.
And the National Black Theater claims these 2 entrepreneurs spent money from the $6.5 million loan that was meant to renovate their theater, and they took that money and used it on their own businesses. Property taxes on the 64,000 square foot building on 5th Avenue in Harlem went unpaid, and the bank that loaned the money started to foreclose on the property. Here's a quote. They lied to us and said they were in good standing when they took out the loan. They defrauded us by doing this. Okay? Said the son of the founder of the National Black Theater. Barbara Ann Tier is the founder. Meanwhile, the new owner, okay, of Essence, of this new Essence, Dennis and Tubman, have expanded their own businesses, including their Nubian heritage soaps and lotions, which did a reported $10 million in sales. So basically, what I'm reading is, oh, and hold up, the parent company, Sundown Creations, has a 50,000 square foot Long Island manufacturing plant and sells its products in Target, Whole Foods, and Macy's. Now, the
salute to Andrea Jones. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution.
The National Black Theater that said that they defrauded them of the money, that theater was started in 1968, the same time our beloved Essence was started, okay, during the Civil Rights Movement.
Look like the pieces are coming together.
It was started in 1968 to promote Black artists and culture, but ended up in jeopardy of losing the building. So that's when Dennis and them swooped in. Dennis and Tubman roomed together in college and started peddling incense and shea butter moisturizer on 125th Street in the early 90s. They made a report of $100,000 their first year in sidewalk sales. The Upper Manhattan Empowerment Zone, a taxpayer-funded business development group started by Rangel, gave Nubian Heritage, Dennis's company, a loan for almost $400,000 in 2002 to build its Harlem store. Then UMEZ loaned the partners under another $1 million in 2005 to expand their internet business. Nubian Realty in 2006 took out a $6.5 million loan using the building as collateral. So they used the Black American 1968 founded National Black Theater as collateral for their businesses. So according to this article, they used Black American culture to fund their businesses. Like I said, they were doing now with Essence. They look to find what's about to go under. Then they swoop in, make a deal with who? With who? All along, know exactly what they're doing. Unbeknownst to the theater, Nubian Properties, which is owned by Dennis, stopped paying the loan. Nubian Heritage Direct also stopped payments on its $1 million UMEZ loan in 2007, and UMEZ won a judgment against the company. Dennis and Tubman disputed the theater's version of events and blamed the organization for preventing an Applebee's restaurant from renting space there or something. So, and I just read that all off the New York Post. Thank you for bringing that up, okay? So now we know what we're dealing with. Essence Festival has been taken over by those who are trying to fund their own businesses through Black American dollars. Through Black American dollars. They're trying to fund their own, I don't know what's going on, what they're trying to fund this time, but it looks like they're in it just for our dollars. Let it shut down.
Oh, family, we're going to talk about what they're trying to fund and what they're really in it for, because yeah, they're in it for our dollars. All right. We're definitely being targeted for our FBA bucks. Salute to our sister Ellie. She said, this is the great awakening we needed. Exactly. And if them folks didn't do this, we probably still have people running around here saying that the FBAs are divisive. FBAs are a cult. Well, we still got people saying that we're a cult, but they're looked at now as a little fringe group of people running around saying we're a cult, because more and more people are calling out the nonsense behavior. Also, salute to LaShawn Kent. Thank you for being here, family. Yep, that's exactly what it's called, misappropriation. And as a matter of fact, I don't know how the hell they got off, because, you know, the bank could sue them. The bank could have pressed charges. Misappropriation of funds. If I take out a loan, right, and it's supposed to be for this theater, for me to renovate this theater and all this other stuff, and I use it in this other business, yeah, they can definitely go after me. But yeah, so while Richie Lou, he was out there getting called out by everybody in the new black media and the black grassroots, he started feeling the heat. It started getting a little hot. Because we made it hot. And so he decided to come out and do an interview. And he went to the Slow Boys and the Tether and the coon upon all coons. I don't want to say coon upon all coons. He's up there with the coons, the top coons. The man who allowed Joe Biden to sit in his face and say, if you don't blow for me, then you ain't black. Charlemagne the Fraud and the Breakfast Schlubs. He went on there and he had an interview and he was asked a question. And Charlemagne the Clown basically tried to give him cover. And then tried to downplay the question that was asked. So before we get to that interview, I'm going to have to play a little bit of this.
Send in the clowns.
Let's get into it, family.
How did you feel when they turned the conversation, because of Target and Caroline, your CEO's past involvement with Target, they turned it into a Black American versus Black African conversation, and that whole thing exploded of like Essence is losing its focus on Black Americans?
That's one of those ones that I struggle with understanding intellectually, right?
Really? Did you struggle when doing the same thing to that FBA theater? I'm just asking for a friend. Salute to Will Eric. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Astarte Jones. Thank you for being here, family.
for a host of reasons. We had 40 plus acts and performers. That to me doesn't say that we're losing our center. We remain extremely centered on African-American culture and on Black women. That's our center. That doesn't mean we can't expand out from our center. All it means is we can't lose our center. So if you were there, you know that we're still centered. There's also...
That's not what we saw, family. That is not what we saw whatsoever. Where was the Foundational Black American Center at this year's Essence Fest? You had vendors pushed out. You even had a family. He think we've forgotten? He think we've forgotten? This right here, this sponsorship guardrail literally tells you not to speak about race, gender, sexual terms. Instead of Black culture is being erased, how do we carry forward cultural nuance? Y'all literally decentered Foundational Black Americans. We have the evidence to prove it. Culture, talk about our focus on culture as a living, evolving force. This is what all of these people been coming out saying in all of these talking points. I got another video coming out of the members only area on that. These same talking points that they're getting from this, but yet they want to lie to us and say, oh, well, if you were there, you will see that Foundational Black Americans was still centered. How, Sway?
So sort of the philosophical approaches to this is my entire life has been dedicated to uplifting Black. I focused it on the economics, on the economic side of Black because...
What? My whole life has been about focusing on Black, uplifting Black. How do you do that? By literally using a historical theater that was created for Foundational Black Americans, using that as collateral for a different business that has nothing to do with Foundational Black Americans. Tell me where they do that at if you're uplifting Black culture. That seems to me that you use Black culture in order to get a come up like you're doing with Essence. You use that to get a come up. You're using Essence for a come up. And we're going to dig a little bit deeper in that a little bit later.
Because that's what I know how to do. That's what I'm skilled at. As I said earlier, I grew up...
You're skilled at scamming. A goddamn scammer who's skilled at scamming. That's what that is. That's why when you went into the Essence Fest, they was charging more for stuff that they wouldn't charge for before. That's why there was literally no product for the people who was waiting hours in line to get product. And the people who decided to pay for VIP got less product than the people who waited in line and got it for free. Scamming. Scam culture.
You know, King, Garvey, Lumumba.
You keep King name out your damn mouth, you dirty, dusty tether. How goddamn dare you?
The thinking around, hey, we have a much better chance of developing and growing our communities when we find the commonalities and the alignments and we're working towards shared goals and shared objectives. When we don't do that.
You guys aren't doing that now. We're fighting for reparations and a transformative Black agenda. We're fighting for a Black hate crime bill. And each and every one of you are oppositions to each and every one of the things that we have on our docket. Let's be clear. But yet, you want to find commonality in something that can pull in Black dollars, right? That's when you want to find commonality. Interesting.
We become much smaller. right? And much more volatile and much more vulnerable.
I can't even believe you took the time to explain that. If
But,
me,
I mean, some
if
people
me,
be
Bushu
there.
Bunton, and DeVito are walking down the street and a white supremacist see us, guess what he see? Black niggas.
That's it.
What do we?
Family, did you just see how Charlemagne the Clown, literally the fraud, just tried to give this man an out? I wouldn't give a damn what anybody sees or what you think they see. That is the weakest goddamn talking point I done heard. That does not nullify the cultural erasure or disrespect of these scam artists. It does not nullify it.
Talk about it.
Because y'all took ownership for a lot of things even before the articles hit, right? The things that you're like, this is nonsense, we're not going to take ownership for that. Do you ever feel like it's kind of like unfair? Are you ever hurt by it? Because you do so much centered in Black people, regardless of where they come from.
Yeah.
Do you hear this, Pit family? I don't even know who the hell this woman is. They cycle in and out of women so damn much, and I don't even watch the damn show at all. So I don't know who this woman is, but notice how she framed that damn question.
Because y'all took ownership for a lot of things even before the articles hit, right? The things that you're like, this is nonsense, we're not going to take ownership for that. Do you ever feel like it's kind of like unfair? Are you ever hurt by it? Because you do so much centered in Black people, regardless of where they come from.
No. Ain't no regardless of where they come from. He comes here, he purchased something that is culturally sound within Black American culture, and then all of a sudden, he's uplifting everyone else outside of foundational Black American culture. They're trying to center Nigeria. They want to go back and make sure that Essence is looked at as the birth child of the motherland of Africa. So no, it isn't no matter where they're from. No, it does matter. It matters a whole damn lot. She's wearing a tether wig, brother. Yep. I ain't gonna lie, it didn't look as bad as that Tubman's chick, though. That Tubman chick, oh hell no. Oh, that's that goddamn helmet.
I don't have the luxury of being. I think we build brands and we're involved with brands that are all about our culture and all about our identity.
You build brands that's all about your identity, and then partner with brands that tell you don't talk about the identity. This is a scam artist being called on his scams in real damn time. None of these folks are pushing back on anything. No follow-up questions. No relevant follow-up questions. Salute to Opal Ivy. She said he's a damn lying hyena. He wasn't trying to bring unity of finances and economic aggression. His entire motive was to erase Black culture and presence from the Essence brand to enrich themselves. And you're absolutely right, my sister. You are absolutely goddamn right. Nigerians are getting kicked out of Ghana for the same thing we accuse them of scamming and begging. Absolutely. And we're going to be talking about that in just a hot second. Just a hot second. Charlemagne the Coon. That's right. AT&T equals CIA. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Salute the Dutta. Appreciate you, family. Let's get back here and let them finish.
And we ride hard for it, right? So the person that made that mistake, I could have walked in and fired that person. I chose not to, because that was a person that was trying to do something and trying to create something and that deserved an opportunity to fail. They are today running one of the most acclaimed agencies out there. If we had reacted differently, they probably wouldn't have gotten that opportunity, right? So it's our responsibility to give them an opportunity to fail. I have chosen to spend my career
Sir, she failed. And so did you. And you're going to see the failure within the next couple of years when you put on those events.
Trying to develop businesses and economic engines in our community. If I were so thin-skinned that, every time I did something wrong, or every time people perceive me to do something wrong, I walk away from what the mission was, we wouldn't be here, right?
You never was on board with the mission in the first place, sir. You're never on board with any of the missions when it comes down to foundational Black Americans, it would seem, because even with the whole situation with the theater, you wasn't on board with the mission there. You used it as collateral in order to get money for another business. So what would make us think, after seeing what you have let Essence become, that you're on board with the mission? It's just a question. But I feel it's a question that needs to be answered. It should be addressed.
We wouldn't have these hundreds of businesses. I wouldn't have.
But then Honeypot wouldn't have been what they
Honeypot
are.
wouldn't have been here. My wouldn't have been here. Lip Bar wouldn't have been here. Solo Funds wouldn't have been here. I mean, you name it. The list goes on and on and on.
I don't give a damn about none of that at all. And what is it about these Tethers going over to the Breakfast Club? Tethers love the Breakfast Club. She went there too. She definitely went there too. Hold up. Let me play what she done said. Oh, all of a sudden it don't want to work, huh? All of a sudden. Well, since this doesn't want to work, screw that. Y'all know what she said. She said that she comes from a slave-owning family. Well, not a slave-owning family, a slave trading family. Her family sold other kingdoms, and she said that her father told her that they did what they had to do. They did what they have to do. And that's who they have running a magazine and festival group, I guess you could say, that was predominantly created for some of those folks that may have been sold over here. And you want to talk about not missing the mark? Really? But the family came out and got on his head once more. Pause. Richie Lou.
Why so often do interviewers miss the mark on sticking to the core issues at hand when interviewing people when they've just come off of critical events or issues, right?
Because they're bought and paid for, right? Exactly.
When they face serious criticism, instead of sticking to the core issue, they try to glaze over it. So if you guys don't know, Richie Lou Dennis was just on The Breakfast Club, and he was asked about the issue of not centering Black American culture and making it more about African culture. And what were his thoughts on the backlash that he's received for this year's Essence? He gave an answer where I'm happy that he admitted, because I don't know why so many Caribbean and African people are confused that that's what the center of Essence actually was created for. So he admitted that that was what it's created for, but he also kind of gaslit and said that it still is for that purpose. It didn't really feel that way, didn't look that way, but hey, maybe it is. But what I don't like is the fact that Charlemagne followed up with, oh, well, I don't even know why that's a question, because, if they look at us, we're all niggas. And it's like, that's not the point. You just gave him an easy out instead of following up with the follow-up question to make him further explain. Can you explain the jambalaya versus jollof rice competition? Can you explain no tribute to Frankie Beverly and Mays, a very big staple within the Black American movement, especially in New Orleans?
Family, I forgot to even mention that in my last broadcast, that there was no tribute to Frankie Beverly. And that is the most egregious because of the fact that, god dang it, I think Frankie Beverly then performed in damn near every Essence Fest since its inception. That right there is hell of egregious. No second line, none of that for Frankie Beverly. They didn't put on nothing, not a rest in peace, nothing. And he's the stable that helped Essence Fest become what it was. But you want to talk about how you're not missing the mark. No, you absolutely missed the damn mark. Like Baca said, it's blasphemy. It's blasphemy. There was videos coming out on the internet almost every year after Essence Fest of all the crowd singing that one part. Before I let you go. Oh. That's it. So if y'all didn't do nothing, if y'all didn't do nothing right, at least you could have got that right. Huh. Salute to our brother John's son. Thank you for being here, family.
Can you explain the recent rhetoric in the article that came out that said that you guys were moving towards more of a global African, plan or whatever you want to call it, and kind of moving away from the focus being on Black American culture? There's a whole article out. And instead of following up with follow-up questions, he so quickly was like, well, I don't even know why this is a question. We're all niggas. And it's like, are you serious?
How did you feel when they turned the conversation because of Target and Caroline, your CEO?
And I'm gonna stop it there because we've already watched that clip. Yeah, family. Yeah, I agree with 100%. Like I said, these people aren't journalists. These people don't care nothing about the Black community. These people don't care nothing about heritage, lineage, or culture. They're literally the same people that platform people who comes right there in their face and say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Remember when Charlemagne the Fraud sat there with Kamala and he tried to question her and she basically talked to him like she talked to Roland Martin, like, Negro, you ain't got no right to say nothing. No, Charlemagne, nothing. Now we're not going to do that, Charlemagne. We're not going to do it. So no, I don't look at none of these folks as no type of journalists. I don't look at them as no activists. I don't look at them as nothing but what they are. Coons, buffoons, and clowns. I'll let you decide which one's which. Let's go here, family, because our brother William Aaron, he brought it up several times about the situation going on with Nigerians. So we're going to take a little detour. Because while we're calling out all the issues and all the scamming and all the situations ahead and afoot, apparently, so are people in their own damn continent. Let's go here, family. And I hate to start here, but I'm going to have to start here because this one right here is a warning to all my FBA sisters. I gotta give a warning to all my sisters because here's the thing. We know them to be scammers. And you just never thought that they will scam you. Well, family, this sister here was scammed out of $53,000 out of her life savings. $53,000 by the scamming community, by the Nigerians who are apparently really not welcome anywhere. Apparently nobody likes Nigerians. Let's go here, family.
soon to be ex-husband, has I haven't had any contact with him besides him calling me or texting me from unknown numbers and sending me copies of information that he took from my phone without my knowledge. While I was in perfect trust as a wife in the marriage, Samson had access to my phone, and apparently he would go through my phone, and when I'm sleeping in perfect trust in my marital bed in my home thinking I'm safe with my husband, he would go through my phone and take information out of my phone, old pictures, a copy of my electronic signatures from documents, personal information that was in my phone, for what use I believe to have identification in order to file in some sort of victim status for a green card here in the United States, and also possibly to do anything else, with my personal information. In terms of doing any type of scammer activities, I do not know. However, my contention to him, because he spoke with someone that wanted to come up on my live yesterday. But number one, we ran out of time. And then number two, no one will be given a platform to speak for him. If he wants to speak himself, he needs to come up and he needs to address everyone himself. No one is going to speak for him on my platform and spew any sort of nonsense or evil or lies that he wants to say. If he wants to speak to me and he wants to have his position known, then he needs to meet me at the police station. At this point, there is no speaking on TikTok Live. This is not going to get resolution to this matter. If he believes himself to be innocent, if he believes that he wants to express to y'all that he did not steal my money and he's not a love scammer, then he needs to report to the police station where I have filed a charge and to speak with the police detectives there. That's point blank and simple, right?
I'm sorry to tell you, my sister, but that money is gone. And so is he. He is not going to meet you at no police department, because that's not what a scammer does. When the scammer scams you, the scammer disappears and go and live off that scam until he has no more scam money, and then he got to scam somebody else. That's the cycle of a scammer. Scam you, run off. He's going to flee in his air fleemans. And he's going to go off and he's going to live off that money that you didn't scam from you until he's down to his bottom dollars. And then he's going to go find someone else to scam. That is the cycle of the scammer. I hate to break it to you, my sister. I hate to break it to you. But like our sister Aquarius said, you should be out there wooking Panub in all the wrong places. Wooking Panub.
And in terms of the land purchase in Nigeria, in terms of the house purchase in Nigeria, Samson needs to present, if he's not a scammer, and he needs to present how did he earn that particular money to buy a house and land in Nigeria. He needs to present who purchased.
Family, that's just one. The diaspora apparently feel the same sentiments that we feel within the African culture. There is none, apparently no one, who wants or even desire to give refuge to the Nigerians. Let's go here.
This is why you gotta pay attention to what's going on in the world at all times, man. Take a look at this video, right?
Guys, UAE Dubai has placed a visa ban on Nigerians at the age of 18 to 45. Say that if you're a Nigerian and you are at the age range of 18.
Family, the comment section from someone called Jesus Christ. As a South African, I understand. As a Ghanaian, I understand and support Dubai's decision. Nigeria is problematic. Then in South Africa, we labeled as xenophobic. Family, we ain't the only one saying it.
18 to 45, you are no longer allowed to enter Dubai.
So as you can see, if the UAE put it down on Nigerians, and I just posted a video showing y'all this black little Nigerian boy over here cosplaying us in America, hanging out with white folks, having to say the N-word and just feeding and getting paid off of the history that our people went through, and the negativity of it is insane to me, man. These Nigerians are a problem everywhere, and if you look at the comments, South Africa agrees. And they're saying that they're calling them xenophobic for the same things we're calling out here in America. This immigration problem is deeper than what it is, bro. You Africans are going everywhere creating havoc. It has to stop.
I concur. Let's go here to this brother.
Black Americans are called CIA or MAGA for wanting to delineate. But I'll tell you this, I've been to Africa Talk, and they all got one thing in common. They don't want Nigerians in their country. Check this out.
Nigerians are disrespectful, and their disrespect is suffocating. That's why lots of people don't like them. A lot of African countries have issues that divide them, but one thing some of them agree on is their hatred for Nigerians. A lot of people can come together to say they don't like you, and they are right. Countries are literally putting up rules and regulations to keep you out of their country. Do you take time to wonder why?
That African lady called Nigerians everything in the book but children of God. That's why I see why Haitians and Nigerians say they're cousins, because everybody be closing the borders on them. Y'all heard what she said. She was like, yeah, Africans, we made it.
Damn, family. He said that's why I see why Haitians and Nigerians say they cousins, because everybody be closing the border on them. Damn, that was a good one.
Disagree on a lot of things, but one thing we do agree on, close our borders to Nigerians. And you know, when Africans, this is what they practice. This is how they, this is their ideology in Africa. This is how they practice, right? And you know, I just want to give y'all some information. Dubai banned the travel visas, the tourist visas for Nigerians too.
Dubai has stopped accepting transit visa application from Nigerians.
So it's okay for Africans to say that Ghana is for Ghanaians, and they don't want Nigerians in their country, and they're not CIA agents, right? Or they're not MAGA. But once Black Americans start delineating and creating these boundaries, all of a sudden, here comes the conspiracy. Here comes the slurs. All right, got it.
We ain't having that. And it's not just us who's saying these things. It's not just what you're seeing. These aren't just clips. These folks are making sure they're coming out. Even Nigerians are coming out saying the same damn thing. Saying the same. Let's go here, family.
Nigerians, when you people are going to stop doing bad thing. Nigerians, when you people are going to stop doing bad thing. Everywhere you go in this world, if you are searching for bad people, Nigerians. If you are searching for bad people, Nigerians. Why? How? Why? There is one particular lady renting a room in someone's house in Ghana. Okay? And your rent is due. The man just come and ask you for money. That your rent is due, so you have to pay your rent. Because of the man just come and ask you for you to pay your rent, you call your boys, 9 boys, to come in the house, and that 9 boys stab the man with knife and kill the man. How? You people, so when you people are going to stop doing bad thing?
Damn. So let me see if I got this right. You're renting a house in Ghana. Your landlord come and knock on your door to ask you for the rent check. And since you ain't got the rent check, you call your homeboys and y'all attack them and unalive them? Oh yeah. I can see why the Ghanaian person said, yeah, I'm Ghanaian and I agree and support this. Okay.
Well, what you know is bad thing, scamming people, taking people's money, killing people, doing bad thing to get money, quick money. Why? Why Nigerians? Why? In this UAE, you people have leave your name here as a bad people. If you are going to search for a job and they will ask you, are you a Nigerian? Where are you from? If you say you're Nigerian, they will not give you a job. How? Why? So you don't like good thing? There are some good people, good Nigerians out there. Can't you make these people feel good? And the bad ones, you people are doing bad thing. If you go to this union, around union, people who are standing there doing Orosho job, Ashawo job, Nigerians, why? So you people cannot think to leave good name in someone's country. If you go to South Africa, if you go to Kenya, wherever you go, you people.
Family, if you're getting called out by your own damn people, then I don't want to hear nothing else from nobody else saying that we are xenophobic. I don't want to hear none of that, because your own damn people is looking inward. 90-day Tethers. Poor landlord has a mortgage and taxes. So yeah, exactly. That is Nigeria power, nigga. Yeah, that 90-day tether got me. Let's go here.
Except that they are looking for this success by any means necessary and in the shortest possible time. This is the canker that plagues majority of young Nigerian immigrants anywhere they go. Shockingly, ladies and gentlemen, they are of the view that people outside of their country are not as driven and aggressive towards becoming successful as they are. not knowing that it is those same tendencies that's made their country the mess it is in. Many of them are therefore driven into all sorts of illegal enterprises anywhere they settle, getting rich by all means necessary in the shortest possible time. This is what Nigeria is being known for now. Who doesn't want this? But is that acceptable? It has gotten to the point that they don't care how a person makes their money, so long as the person makes their money. But you and I know that that's not how it's understood in other places. Nigeria, your people are running from your country as though the entire country is at war. Both men and women, young and old, to every other country. You have now become Africa's most emigrated country, meaning you have the largest number of people living abroad compared to any other African countries.
Salute to Kibala Nation. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Family, did you hear that? The number one group around the world, the number one country that has more people leaving than coming in. The number one country of immigration is from Nigeria. Japa, exactly. Japa. Jop Dam. Let's run that
This
back.
was true. 20 emigrated country, meaning you have the largest number of people living abroad compared to any other African countries. This was true 20 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, and same today, and the number isn't slowing down because the factors that causes this is still expanding. Your social media content creators who indulge in politics are either doing it with comedy to trivialize the repercussions of their words, or are doing it outside of your country for fear of their lives. Almost every well-meaning person who speaks truth to issues in Nigeria lives outside of Nigeria. Fear and terror have hijacked your country at every front. There is no non-politician fighting for the change that can bring a difference in your country anymore. Almost every relevant voice in your country is either silenced or paid at this point. Therefore, the fight other countries have to put in to attain the peace you see and desire is what you have denied and declined. It doesn't work like this, Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of trying to make yourselves relevant in other countries, instead of trying to insert yourselves into the social fabric of other countries by all means necessary, how about this? How about you go back home and build your country? You have a country that could use a lot of the smart people. How be it, ladies and gentlemen, that the ones who claim to be smart are leaving or have left the country, ladies.
Yeah, salute to Opal Ivy. I saw that the news article about that. The Nigerian girl who was working at McDonald's, and I guess she tried to put out a video, or they started playing a video of her saying how she's tired of being spoken to any kind of way and all this other stuff. And then she went into McDonald's and unalived her manager. Yeah, that's the culture, apparently.
Gentlemen, who have they left behind? How will you build your country like this? You have abandoned your country to politicians and cabals whose interest is similar, actually, to yours. And here's my explanation to that. Similar to yours in the sense that these politicians and cabals have conquered the country and now enjoy the monopoly of their powers and will hold on to it by any means necessary as long as they can. And that same spirit, ladies and gentlemen, is what most young Nigerians carry around to other countries. Are you any different, if I may ask? You want to dominate and entrench your dominion by all means necessary in the country you've moved to for as long as you can, just like your politicians and your cabals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the chaos in your country, and the same chaos is being exported to other African countries and to most parts of the world. You have for years elected.
Is this man dropping the tea or what, family? He is out here drip dropping the tea like he is the teapot and god dang, what's that dang movie? Beauty and the Beast. He out here spilling tea all over the damn dance floor.
Leaders with similar mindset that has been proven over time to not work, and you don't seem to change. You have allowed for a system that manipulates and rigs election in favor of people who are clueless about nation building to lead. You have a 73-year-old president who's definitely older than 73, complaining about Nigeria not producing anything to the media. The people are complaining to the government, and the president is complaining to the media, ladies and gentlemen. Can't you see the mismatch in those who lead your country and how that has been the crux of your challenges? Does the president of Nigeria know that it is his responsibility to handle the situation or not, ladies? An old man ruling the most dominant country in Africa, forcing every one of you to run to other places, seeking for change and recognition, which you can't even find in your own home country. What other change is there for you apart from the changing of the leadership of your country for once in your lives, Nigeria? Now all of Africa will have to endure and suffer the onslaught of challenges many of your people migrate with. This cannot continue. And now an Igbo man running around in Ghana claims to be king. King of what exactly? If he is the king of Igbos, as he claims, then it's more meaningful when he rules from an Igbo land, don't you think? Listen, I like the audacity with which he speaks and carries himself around, but I would love to see that same energy and audacity carried out in Nigeria instead. Could he have had such a voice in any village in Nigeria? He can only do this here because we, the Ghanaian people, have opened our doors to all.
Bowel movement gangster Crip might want to hire him. I'm just saying. He might help with your movement. Hey, you know what? You might need to get him. You know, every movement need a, you know, sergeant at arms. And you know, this man is saying this stuff with all of his chest. He has no reservations about calling none of this out. So yeah, I think that he will make a great sergeant at arms. They're gonna need somebody that can speak like him. You know what I mean? Good point, family.
This must stop, Mr. President of Ghana. Be guided on how you go about this situation, because the youth of Ghana who made you president are talking on every platform on social media. Our voices are united against.
Wait a second. Is this true? Is this true? You heard that the president of Nigeria was selling dope in the 70s in Chicago? Oh man, that's awful. If that is true, that is awful. Because that's who went back to the country to run it. Oh wow.
Anything or anyone that would want to undermine our constitution. Mr. President, stop giving unnecessary validation to this man and his likes. The more he runs around associating and snapping pictures with you, the more he goes up.
Family. All right. So yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about us. Okay. I'm done. Anytime I hear somebody talk about we xenophobic, I'm bringing all this up. I'm bringing up all this. Yeah, you really heard that? Oh, wow. Yeah, we're gonna I'm gonna have to look into that. We're gonna have to talk about that at a later date. We're definitely gonna have to do that. Yeah, he was out here just spilling the tea. He didn't have no problems pointing fingers and naming names. That's what he wanted. He was naming names, and I salute to him. I ain't gonna lie, you know. Hey, he had something to get off his chest, and he got it off. I ain't even mad at him. You dig? Salute to Mario Steinfield. Excuse me. Is it Stanfield? Thank you for being here, family. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold him against him, family. But back to this Essence situation, family, because what a lot of these folks don't realize, and a lot of these tethers just don't get, is the fact that they were running around here kicking the hornet's nest. They were running around here kicking a hornet's nest, thinking that it was sweet to sit by it. They found out that it's not really sweet to sit by the hornet's nest that you just kicked around. Let's go here. And like I said, more and more, you're hearing us becoming more and more patriotized, excuse me, even though we're the most patriotic out of everybody. You're hearing more and more of us become more and more patriotic. You're hearing more and more of us speak like they're in the new black media, in the black grassroots. More and more of us is starting to realize the con game.
What the hell is wrong with these entitled Africans and Caribbeans and immigrants that think that they are black? You are African. You are Caribbean, just like we are American. Did you know that 92% of black people's blood in America is native? That means it's only 8% African-American blood up in this bitch. You don't run shit. You didn't teach us nothing. We're not the evolution of you motherfuckers. Y'all have not evolutionized yet. All you did was come over here and start acting like us. Why don't you go home? And
my sister cooking so damn good. She was cooking so much that she created a new word in mid cook. She said evolutionalized. Y'all ain't evolutionalized in a long time. Let's go.
We're not the evolution of you motherfuckers. Y'all have not evolutionized yet. All you did was come over here and start acting like us. Why don't you go home and figure out what the fuck is going on at your house and get that shit together and do all the shit that you spew in your little open wide mouth about us not doing in America? Why don't you do that at home? You don't do shit at home, but get told to get the fuck on and can't do nothing. You barely can eat at the house, but you bring your ass over here and you enjoy being a black American, and you ain't black shit. You're African. And I'm not African shit. I'm American. I'm full-blooded American. I ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm American. We different. We not the same. You're an immigrant. I am not that. Marcus Garvey tried to disenfranchise us in 1920, called it Go Back to Africa, where we not from. You know who he was in cahoots with, where he got the money from for that bullshit? Democrats. Jesse Jackson ass tried to give up our rights to this whole land by calling us some damn African Americans. And like I said, 92% of our blood don't even have African in it. So fuck him too, Democrat. Oh, and this last final boss evil bullshit that they pulled about this dual citizenship with Ghana, the same Ghana that sold your ass into slavery, they're gonna get money from your investments for going back. You dummies.
So I decided to break this all the way down for you guys before I get ready for the day. If you have set apple, and then set apple is all the way up high on a tree, and someone decides to go pick set apple, or set apple falls from the tree. Set apple is baked into an apple pie. Set apple does not become butter, or does it become cinnamon. It's still set apple. If set apple seeds are planted, it is still set apple. So if you have an African who is taken from Africa, has children that are still of African descent, their children are still of African descent, and 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 to be called Black is a color, so I might as well just call you colored, my fellow colored Americans. All right, guys, let me go take my shower.
Already, I had to check somebody here in Canal Street. I bought these glasses from the nice African man there because he was nice to me. The other guy acting like a fucking idiot because I'm taking video. Listen to me. I'm E-Money, one hot nigga. This is my motherfucking country. I don't give a fuck where you from or even if you African or whatever. You disrespect me, I'm going to check you and fast. And then we could take it to the next level if you want. Don't come to my country thinking you can tell me what to do and do all this shit and get upset because I'm taking a fucking photo. Take your ass back to Africa or wherever the fuck you from. This E-Money, one happy hot Negro, that fly guy, Uncle E, peace. That New York nigga, peace.
Ain't no arguing. Ain't no diaspora war. I'm not going back and forth with a country that bleached their skin. You don't even know how to have black skin right.
Who said that?
And that's why we gonna stay on y'all ass. Every time y'all say some shit out the way, we're gonna stay on y'all ass. We got all the swag and the sauce. That's why you don't find fufu getting sold from no restaurants. Y'all culture ain't been updated in 1,000 years. Y'all got the same soap recipe y'all had in biblical times. Y'all wear the same shit y'all was wearing 1,000 years ago. No updates. Y'all ain't even got no new recipes. Y'all eat food the same way y'all ate food when the slave catchers got there. Recipes ain't upgraded. Hygiene ain't upgraded. Same ugly ass kente cloth. And the only reason why y'all updated y'all hair and style even a little bit is because y'all spend all day copying and studying us. Y'all some swagger jacking parasitic ass leeches and don't nobody want y'all in their country. Not even your own country. And that's why we gonna stay on y'all ass. Every time y'all say some shit out the way, we're gonna stay on y'all ass. We got all the swag and the sauce. That's why you don't find fufu getting sold from no restaurant.
And you know what I'm gonna say what don't nobody want to say. We don't eat African food like that. African food ain't good. Black people eat Jamaican food. Hell, we'll eat Indian food, Chinese food before we go buy African food. Africans had to eat out of necessity. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have spices and stuff like that over there. And they become accustomed to eating the way they've been eating. They never changed the fufu nasty as hell. Y'all don't know how to put no seasoning, no salt, pepper, or put some butter over the damn fufu. Y'all food is too bland. And y'all tried to compare it with jambalaya and gumbo, Creole, New Orleans. Oh no, y'all need to cut that one out. And people just need to be real. Because you come over here in this country, you don't see no long lines of people in the African restaurant. You see them in everybody else's restaurant except the African restaurant. You see them in the Jamaican restaurant, any type of Caribbean restaurant. Like I said, Jamaican restaurant, Indian restaurant, shit, Mediterranean restaurant. But African food is not good. So quit trying to compare with anything else. That jollof rice nasty as hell. Y'all need to put some. And I'm gonna double down on it. Jollof rice is dry. That's one of the reasons it's dry. I've been in the company of Africans that do stuff like fried fish with the head on it and the bone still in it. And chewing on the bones, talking about y'all scared of bones. Hell yeah. Don't nobody want to choke. Or a boiled egg in the middle of rice. What's a boiled egg doing in the middle of rice?
Hey, family, I gotta pause there. That is some fact stuff. Like, why? Why would you put a boiled egg in the middle of? I can't do it. In the middle of rice. Now I'll eat an egg on a lot of things. You know, you could toss an egg on a burger for me. You know, toss an egg on in some tuna. But I don't even eat egg fried rice. I don't eat shrimp at all, but I don't eat egg fried rice. Why would I want a boiled egg over my man? Come on. And shout out to William Aaron. I love me some deviled eggs too. I ain't never heard of no stuff like that. Put your deviled eggs over rice. Let's see how that work out for you.
Like they just put food together. It don't even sound good together. They just put it together. Like I said, eating out of necessity. And even though financially you have come up, you have not stopped eating the same way. And don't nobody want that. Yes, you do have some spices, but African spices, but it don't compare to soul food, Southern cooking spices, and Jamaican spices. We'll eat Mexican food, like I said, soul food, Southern food, Thai food, Chinese food, Indian food. We'll eat all those foods, but we're not eating African food. And you can tell that by the restaurant. Nobody's getting rich off African food in America. They're getting rich off of everything else. So try to compare yourself to New Orleans Creole gumbo, you crazy. It's laughable, actually. It's actually laughable. Nobody is going to root over your food over New Orleans food. People go to New Orleans just to eat. They go there just to eat. Nobody goes to Africa just to eat.
And if they did, I guarantee you they would be coming back malnourished. Salute to La Brown. Thank you for being here, family, as well as the Hood Survation. Survetive, excuse me. Salute to you, family. Thank you for being here as well. Yeah, family. Since we've been coming out and calling this out, she's right though. Let's think about that. Just think about that for a minute, family. How many times have you seen somebody in the FBA community say, "Oh, I gotta go get me some African food. I got a taste for African food"? Not never. How many times have you seen anybody in the FBA community say, "Hey, I had some food the other day. Oh man, that stuff was slapping. I didn't know what the Africans was doing until, I got a taste of that food." Not never. I've seen food twice in my life. When I was younger, my neighbor was married to an African man, and me and their kids, well, not their kids because he was a stepfather. So I'm playing with FBA neighbors, but he's their stepfather. We would be playing, and this dude would be in the kitchen, and the kitchen would start stinking like god dang boo-boo. And we didn't know what the hell it was. I walked back there just to see one day, and this dude got a big old container, I guess you could say, like bowl, with a wooden stick just smacking. And I look in the pot, and I'm like, what the hell is this? You don't know what that is? Like, no, what the hell is this? He said, that is soup, and that is fufu. I said, soup and fufu? What the hell is fufu? He said, it is corn. It's grounded up corn. I'm like, man, that shit look disgusting. Now, you would think it would look like grits. No. It looked like just a sticky paste. And then they pick it up with their hands and they start dipping it and everything, sucking on their fingers. I wasn't raised like that. Like, I was raised to use utensils. I was raised to have common decency and manners, so to speak. I'm gonna be 100. Salute to Aquarius. Yes, I'll pass too. And the second time I seen it was this influencer. He posted this video where he was like, yeah, I ordered from the African restaurant down the street thinking, let me try something new. He said, and they send me this. And he opens it, and the whole plate looked like a Balboa movement over rice, and the fufu was in the corner. And the dude's like, this is trash, and tossed it in the trash. So I agree with her 100-fold. We ain't running around here saying, oh man, I'm craving some African food. I've never heard a person say that. Never. I've heard people say, I'm craving soul food. I'm craving seafood. I'm craving Mexican food. I'm craving Italian. I'm craving Indian. I'm craving Chinese. I have never, not once in my life, heard I'm craving African. Ever. At all. In my 39 years of life, I have never heard anybody say that, let alone a foundational Black American. I haven't even heard Africans say that. A plate of doo-doo, exactly. That's exactly what it looked like too. It looked like a bowl of rice with doo-doo all over it, with fufu in the corner. And not just regular doo-doo, like the kind that comes out of cows, right? That's real chunky, and you could tell that it's doo-doo, but it got like grass in it and all this other stuff, and you could definitely tell that that's cow shit or even horse shit. When horses shit, excuse my French, but when you see it in the horse defecation, that's how it really looks. Like somebody picked up some horse defecation, tossed it on some rice, put some nasty looking sauce over it, and toss fufu in the corner. In the words of our dear brother Randy Jackson, it's a no for me, dog. Ooh, that's exactly what it looked like right there. Just brown. Tremendously. Family. Since we've been out here calling all these folks out, you've been seeing a lot of people, especially in the podcasting realm, starting to call it out as well. It's like we gave them a safe space to actually call out what's really going on. Let's start with Joe Budden, because he's trying to sound a little bit more FBA.
Shout out to you against that. But you've been on that lately. I said, I asked you that. I said, where did that come from? I don't know. Did your pops talk to you? What the hell happened? Joe just came back like, you know what? Black Americans were not getting our respect out of nowhere. I've been here for like 3 years. He wasn't on that. This past year he was.
You got to be on it. You got to be, if you're on that, you got to be more vocal about it now because other things are visible and vocal.
Got it. You said that.
Like, there's too many people feeling comfortable getting on Stake and some of these other right-wing spots. Just talking about, yeah, you fucking American blacks, you ain't got no culture, American black. It's becoming a thing, what they're saying about Black Americans. It is. But and it's here in America. Yeah, really. I'm seeing more of it. I'm seeing more of it. That conversation they having, I'm not bringing it up right now because I'd rather not. But yeah, they every time Kai unlocks a new achievement, there's quiet whispers about it because he's probably the most famous person that has said, y'all black people don't have no culture.
So when he say whenever they're talking about it, he didn't want the part that he didn't want to bring up. He's talking about foundational Black Americans standing on our square and protecting our culture and calling out every nincompoop that come out here trying to disrespect our culture. And he's right. Every time Cashapp does something, whether he's getting paraded over at the BET Awards or whether he's out here getting brand deals with Target, we don't give a damn. And we call out why. That's the same little tether that said that Black Americans are just plain. We have no culture. All we are black. You're just black. So yeah, he's going to get this work anytime and every time we feel like it. But we got to watch out for the people like Joe Budden, who said, I don't even want to say that because I don't really want to go there. No, you got to be loud and proud and willing to go there all the time. This is a fight that has no friends. If you are a foundational Black American, you got to understand that it is upon you, and it is your responsibility and your duty to call out all the nonsense as a foundational Black American. That is your culture. You should never want to say, I don't want to say this. Don't ever be timid about your culture and protecting it. Salute to the world's best braider. She says, FBA, we are at war. Exactly. And when you're at war, you can't be running around here worrying about talking soft or saying things that may not, don't want to say things that may offend people. We're offended every damn day by being disrespected. So you can't say it with your chest because you don't want somebody else to feel disrespected, or you don't want to lose some of your precious listeners. This is a Church of Black Power right here. I'm going to say what the hell I'm going to say, and if the listeners don't like it, they will leave the chat. And I'm okay with that. You have your absolute right. If you don't like what I say, you don't have to give me your attention. I understand and I can appreciate that. However, I'm not about to teeter-totter on the fence. I'm not about to sit on the sidelines and say, well, I'm not going too far this way or going too far that way. No, that's cowardness. And this is why you don't have people really out in the front of the movements anymore, because nobody has that real powerful voice and stand on that but foundational Black Americans. That's why we say we don't need a leader. The code is the leader. As long as we moving on code, we cool. And if someone's moving off code, we gonna call them out. So yeah, it's cool that, Joe Budden's podcast realize what we've been saying, but damn it, if you're gonna sit on the fence, you might as well sit on the porch and piss like a puppy and let the big dogs eat, baby. Let's be very, very clear about that. If you're going to be in this space, if you're going to speak in this space, you cannot be a timid little bitch in this space. Let's keep it 100. So I don't give a damn how anybody feels. I'm speaking for my people. And there's not a lot of people that speaks with this much just passion and conviction because they don't want to bring on that can of worms. Exactly, Black Are You? Salute to you. He says, because what? We speak truth to power. Tell the truth and shame the devil, as my grandma used to say. And if somebody is feeling the way about what we're saying, know why they're feeling the way about what we're saying. The same thing Cat Williams said. It's no longer about race in this situation. It's about what's right, what's wrong, what's godly and what's devilly. And if you're standing 10 toes on God's side, why would you give a damn what the devil feels? That's it. I just had to say that real quick, family. Let's let them continue.
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know. He's not the only person. I'm not trying to highlight him saying it because I really like him. And I think that's just an education thing. Some of these other people, I don't feel that way about. So that's all.
So, real quick, do you feel like when you hear like
you said people have been saying that for a long time? What have they been saying for a long time?
That American black people, we don't really have a culture because
what?
Yeah. Well, before this spins, because we can't trace our lineage. So like if you take people from Jamaica, or I'm not Jamaica, let's say somebody from Ireland or somebody from Italy or somebody from wherever, they can literally go back to where their ancestors lived. Like you can go to Italy and see your upbringing, your roots. We got stolen. So a lot of us can't necessarily go back to Ghana or go back to Nigeria or go somewhere to find out where our real lineage come from. That's
now we can.
That's been a thing for a long time.
Do you question real quick, Joe?
How many years?
Right.
How many years need to be established for culture to be established?
I would argue
I go to my family gravesite and see buttons from 1710.
I would argue that American.
No,
that's fine.
Everybody can't do that.
So I don't.
That's why it means different for him.
No, I said that's dope. A lot of people can't do that.
Most of us can do that. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But what is the conversation being framed here? This conversation that they're having is being framed around what? Lineage. And who's been talking about lineage this whole time? Hello, that's been us. Hello, how are you doing? So now y'all trying to tiptoe into the lineage conversation. But if you're too timid to talk about people who's trying to steal culture and us protecting our culture, then I will have to tell you, sir, you probably want to stay away from the lineage situation as well. Because that's where you're going to have to be 10 toes all the way through. You got to be 10 toes all the way through when speaking about our people and then talking about lineage, because you can't be a person that can get tipped over. You can't.
That's fire though.
But a lot of all the cultures are coming into Black American, like the Essence Fest, and they're coming in and buying into it. Can I say that? Or
They
buying
steal
or
it.
purchase? I don't want to say stealing.
A lot of them steal our shit.
I'm talking about the person that now runs Essence Fest is an African woman. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, the CEO, yeah.
Yeah. So
the owner is as well. Rich Lou.
So
He's
it always,
Nigerian.
it has not always been. That's what I'm saying.
No,
So
it has not always been the
did
case.
they buy into it? That's what I don't know how to
They
phrase
bought
it.
it.
Got it. They
They
bought it.
bought it
So what I'm
for
saying,
time.
a lot of people are having, a lot of Black Americans are having issue with things like that are transpiring.
Mm-hmm.
They feel like their culture is being taken from them. And like Joe said last time, it's a bunch of flags. I mean, he didn't say it like in a negative way, but just how it looks different, how it's presented different from when it was before.
Mm-hmm.
When Black Americans owned it, it was like this, and then now it's like you bought into this company, cool, but you're shoving your culture into our face.
And
that's how some people feel.
To the point of Black Americans not having a culture. Why can't Black American be a culture?
Black American is a culture.
It's a culture.
I would say as a white, like I'm Irish or whatever, I feel like not really connected to Irish culture because it's so far distant or whatever. Like y'all culture is much more recent than
honestly.
This is my first time.
You got the Nabisco over here agreeing that our culture is much older than theirs. Family, the Nabisco just agreed that Black culture is much, much older than theirs. So why can't these Tethers figure that out? If the Nabisco dude can see it, why can't the Tethers? Interesting.
It's white propaganda.
It is.
It's
Yeah,
what
it
it
sound
is.
like that.
Like just because you build a park over some shit, don't mean that Black America is not. It's a culture. It's
still
don't
culture.
I don't want to start with this.
Yeah.
I didn't want to start with this. Yeah, I could clearly see you didn't want to go into it, but it's clicks and views for you. For us, it's not clicks and views whatsoever. Salute Crystal Watkins. Thank you for being here. Watson, excuse me. Thank you for being here, family. It's not clicks and views for us. This is our politic. This is our as FBAs, this is our movement. Just like our grandparents had the civil rights movement and great grandparents, all that. This is ours. This is our calling. It's not a bunch of clicks and views for us. But let's get to this podcast here, which I felt like these brothers spoke more passionate and with more conviction than Joe Budden did. So it's good to have some FBA brothers in the podcast space, making sure that the information is known, how we feel in the Black grassroots. Let's go.
Scared to go at them. Like it's been in history. Everybody got their rights through us. You go back in history, you don't see nobody else fighting them fights, getting hit with the water hoses or get the dogs. No, it was us. Everybody else got their rights off of our fight. And then they get the privileges and then they start looking down on us. Like we the problem. Like,
These
nigga,
is all
what?
facts. These is all facts.
Nigga, we the reason you cracking right now. What are you talking about?
So I think they don't like your delivery. But the message is all a fact.
Man, this ain't the journals. I don't give a fuck about no delivery.
No, I agree with everything.
And this ain't Burger King. You can't have it your way. Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be the truth, real raw like that.
What you said for sure.
How do you feel about like these up and coming or these Mexican artists or Hispanic?
about their new rap style, the cadence, the attire that they present themselves in front of cameras? Like, what's y'all take on that?
We know what the take is. Everything is us. Everything is us. Everything is emulated through us. The cadence, the rap style, the look, the style. They getting edge ups now. Nigga, when I was growing up, essays didn't have edge ups. They was bald, nigga.
Yeah.
Niggas getting straight lineups, fades. Everything is us.
He brings up a good point. When I was younger, they didn't have lineups. They wasn't getting lineups. You know what Mexicans were getting? Bowl cuts. And when I say bowl cuts, it looked like someone stuck a bowl on their head and just cut around it. That's what the Mexicans used to have when I was growing up. Salute T-Pass Fortsome. He says, you have to admit they can run and I guess flee at the same time. Absolutely. Got to give credit where credit's due. And also salute to Kalika. I hope I said your name right. If I didn't, charge it to my head and not my heart. Salute to you. Thank you for being here, family. I appreciate you.
We set the precedent from here to Africa to China to Alaska. We set the trends around the world. Everybody's a carbon copy of us. But once they get the success, a lot of people start to try to shun us out the picture like we not the blueprint. So
yeah, Lala. It was a soup bowl. Big old bowl. And they just took the clippers and just went around and it cut excess hair that was under the bowl. That's what I remember Mexicans walking around in. That khakis and Nike Cortezes, which is strange that they would be, celebrating Cortez when Cortez, did what he did to Mexico. Anyway, we're gonna skip past that. I digress. But yeah, that's what I used to see them. Family, we've gotten to the point where we don't even care. We're getting to the point that we're like literally when people, we don't have nobody to impress. We don't have anybody to prove anything to. So a lot of our family, a lot of our folks are now selecting to just say, screw these people whenever they say something dumb or they start off something dumb. So let's go here real quick, family.
So I'm watching this news around Essen and these reactions around who's African and who's African American, and I'm really, really disappointed.
Black.
First time.
No. If the Essence Fest was such a big deal.
Black. Family, we got people out here protecting their peace, and I love it. I love it. Because we all know the universal truth that these tethers not only are delusional, hypocritical, scamming liars, but the more you entertain them, the more lying and scamming they will do. And they try to scam us and tell us all kind of nonsense. Oh, they're going to come after you and all this other nonsense. You're next and all this other crap. None of that works for us. Because we're seeing your scamming tether ways over here. Also because we didn't grow up in this country. This our lineage plus lineage plus lineage on this country. But why would somebody believe a scammer when they're trying to push a scam to you? That's my question. If you know that the man is a snake oil salesman, why would you let him sell you snake oil? Just a question. Let's go here, family. And salute to LaShawn Kent. Thank you for your super chat. Sorry. Thank you for your super chat donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Let's go here to our brother Brian.
The administration is so crooked that they would say we're Haitians or Caribbeans just to deport us. Quick bootlicking for Trump. First and foremost, every presidential administration is crooked towards black people. Biden was? Do I need to bring up the Biden administration on what they did? Huh? Do I need to bring up Obama? Do I need to bring up George Bush? Do I need to bring up Bill Clinton? Do I need to bring up George Bush Sr.? Do I need to bring up Ronald Reagan? You think Trump the only one that does something negative to black people? Huh? Huh? Listen, you can't fearmonger me with Trump. Trump don't scare me. He might scare you niggas, you Democratic niggas, but not me. I lived on this earth for 42 years, and I seen what every president did, and I saw the effects that it had on black people. I don't care how you feel about it, okay? Let's say Trump crooked administration do assume that I'm a Haitian or the Caribbean. Do you know how much money I would get off that? Do you know how much money I would get off that?
A lot.
Just think about it. I tell that I'm a 14th Amendment baby, and they still deport me to Jamaica or Africa or somewhere. And let's just say something happened to me out there in Africa. You know how much money my kids would get? And let's say I survive what happened to me out there in Africa. Because keep my Africans don't like me anyway, so it doesn't matter. They deport me out there to Africa. Oh my God. Ain't no telling what they're going to do to me out there in Africa. Especially if they send me to Nigeria or South Africa, they're going to do some harm to me. But let's just say I survive it. And they find it like, oh, my bad. We thought you was an African. We thought you was Caribbean. Do you know how much money I would get? Huh? Do you know how much money I would get? You know how much money any black American that's a slave descendant on this land would get? They would never do that, bro. They would never do that. You know, boy, I can't even finish my point on this video because I'm just thinking about the money, how much I get. Even something happened to me. Let's say something happened to me when you come, the Africans mad and what I say about them on social media, they do something to me. You know how much money generations of my family get because this crooked administration? You can't scare me with that, bro. You can't scare me with all this fear monger. I'm not a Democrat supporter or a Trump supporter or a Republican. I'm neither one. I promise I'm neither one. I'm not tied down to a political party, ever. I never was. Never. Because they all the same. They two wings of the same bird. One use a condom, one go in your raw. Which one you want? You want the protection or you like it raw? What you like? You like a condom on or you like it raw? Which one you want? They still taking it.
Family, that's it. That's a hell of an analogy, I guess. Do you want it raw or do you want a condom on it? It is what it is. Facts are the facts. But like I said, that rhetoric just ain't working. Let's go here.
That I can't stand is that when immigrants say, well, what about when it's you? What about when it's you? What about when it's you? It's never not been us. It's just now being you. That is where this anger, confusion, that is where all of this running like chickens with your head cut off, you're spewing hate while asking for help. None of the shit you're saying making sense. None of the lies are even believable anymore. Yeah, that's where all of this is coming from. You're not used to being a target in somebody else's country. Now, see, that's something that we don't know nothing about. We only know about being a target in our own country. It's always been this way. It's always been this way from the Caucasians, Asians, Haitians, Africans, everybody. It's been this way from everybody. It ain't never not been this way. Muhammad Ali was in the video filmed in black and white and was talking about Africans being let into only white spaces with turbans tied around their head and not speaking English. So stop acting like any of this shit is new to us. It's always been us. It's just the first time of it being you. And the only reason they got you scared on shaky ground for the first time, you actually feel like an immigrant. I guess you should behave like immigrants behave. When you go to somebody else's country, you show them love, you show them peace and decency. Call us ignorant all you want to. We do not go to other people's country acting like this. Y'all always saying Americans don't travel, black Americans don't travel. Yes, we do. We just don't go to see you. Why would we go to countries surrounded by people who, when they come to our land, people always say, why the fuck are we going to be surrounded by you motherfuckers? But all I'm going to say is, welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. You see, like I said, this Essence situation has brought a new light to a bunch of people that thought that we were just talking out of the sides of our necks, who thought that we were just being xenophobic, who thought that we was just trying to do too much with this pro-black stuff. And now people are all realizing everybody who is foundational black American, whether they use FBA or not, whether they call themselves Sulani, whether they call themselves indigenous, whether they call themselves ADOS, it doesn't matter. All of us who have the bloodline has recognized, and we're becoming more and more aware of the fact that these people don't like us. They want to erase us. They want our culture. And that in itself is making people more patriotic. And everybody sees it. Let's go here.
I am literally loving this discourse where I am seeing Black Americans for once become so patriotic.
Salute to our sister Mia Kim is in the building. Shout out to you, sister. Thank you for being here.
Centering America. Because I feel like as Black people, for so long, we've been conditioned to center Africa and not center America. That it's a bad thing to be patriotic, that it's a bad thing to be proud of being American, right? Because of everything that we've been through. But I feel like that is why it is so special, because of all the things that our ancestors have been through right here on this soil. And when you actually look at it in retrospect, I think a lot of people have been trying to trick us Black Americans out of our spot. And I think we are finally really understanding it and getting exactly who the fuck we are. And it's okay to be exclusive. We don't need to be inclusive. Exclusive. And it's really interesting that it took for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump to really put everything in perspective for us to start seeing. I feel like we've been seeing for a while, but we've been trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. There is nobody, no other group of people who 100% have the backs of Black Americans, right? Especially if they're immigrant, because I feel like a lot of it is rooted in jealousy. You have to think, one thing that you know that they despise is the fact that Black Americans are cemented here in America, a country that they all want to be in, that they are all fighting for. So when they keep trying to lie and say, oh, well, you're next, we're not next. And they know that we're not next. And they're mad that we're not next. And they're mad that they have all these negative narratives about us. And yet we're sitting here sitting pretty and ain't got to worry about a motherfucking thing. And yet they back and forth in Supreme Court trying to figure out if they can stay or not, while also talking down on us, while also not hiring us, while also gatekeeping opportunities, while also unaliving us, while also taking over our culture, while also spitting in our faces when it was our ancestors who fought so hard to even allow immigrants to be able to come to this country. And I literally mean this with all due respect. It's okay to be real. Black Americans have been conditioned to say that if we disagree with anything, if we are not inclusive with every single group, then we're hateful. But you see how the Asians treat us when we walk into their liquor stores, supermarkets, and business establishments. You see when you go to South LA to the Slauson Swap Meet, when everybody who shops in there is Black, but they don't hire not one Black worker, they're all Hispanic. You see when you go into these restaurants, everybody from the person that's working at the bottom to the manager and supervisors at the top are all Hispanic. And you know you might as well go ahead and turn your ass around because they're not going to hire you. You see the way that they talk about us like we're the fucking scum of the earth. And it doesn't stop with Asians. It doesn't stop with Indians. It doesn't stop with Hispanics. It is also Africans as well, Caribbeans as well. So for once, let them do their due diligence and get their people to the promised land. Why do we have to be the fucking workhorses for every other community? I'm pretty much sick of it.
Fire, 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 straight the hell up. Now, I didn't heard her talk soft sometimes too, but I got to give her credit on this one. She said this one with her entire chest. I don't even remember ever seeing the video with her cursing so much. That's how much of her chest she put into it. And I'm so much appreciative of it. And I'm glad that people who was trying to give other people the benefit of the doubt say, you know what? There is no benefit to give you. You left me without a doubt that you are anti-Black, you are anti-foundational Black American, and you're anti-American to its core. And that's not us. And we don't rock with you. We're not going to rock with you. You're going to stand for yourself or you're going to fall. And since this Essence situation, we said the same thing about the Essence situation. You, my friend, you won't be getting any more foundational Black American dollars. So whoever you're catering to, you better hope that they have the spending power that we have, but they don't. So you won't get anything from us. You're going to go under. Good luck to you. Guaranteed. And I'm glad. I'm absolutely glad. Now, family, my next question would be this, and we're almost done here. Almost done here. But my next question would be this, family. Y'all remember when everybody was talking about, well, my parents, they said to stay away from you Black Americans, to go find white people, to go be around them and all this other nonsense. Okay. In case you don't remember, let me remind you.
You know, and I'm not gonna lie, my parents always told me never hang out with Black people. Don't think that you can be friends with them. Don't think that they're the same origination as you. Don't think that there's any similarity there besides their skin color. So don't try to, you know, they always just refer to them as something derogatory and not really worth it, like nothing, you know. So
I wanted to know why exactly my Nigerian parents don't like Black people. I mean, aren't we all Black? No, Ada, you are not Black. You are not Hakata. We are Nigerian. We know where we come from. We are not waywards. Black people are so disrespectful. They don't know how to respect their elders. And what is this Black Lives Matter nonsense? Every single life matters. Foolish girls killing one another. Black Lives Matter. But you are killing yourself. Look at these Black teenagers having babies. 15 babies having babies.
Me with my mother being an American Black woman and my father being a Jamaican man from Jamaica. Jamaica, right? I can say that my father's side of the family looked at Black Americans a certain way, and they already had in their mind, whether they said it on social media or not. Oh, Yankee this, Yankee that. That's been a real thing. We can sit here and make it seem like it's an illusion, but
like my parents are both from Grenada. They came here in the like 80s and 90s. So what he was saying about how they think that Black people are lazy does like resonate with me because I've heard that a lot.
Think a certain way. If you just have the right degrees, if you're just kind of, distance yourself in a way from Black Americans, you'll be safe. You'll be fine. Just love everybody.
Growing up, being raised to be very proud of being Haitian American, there was also for me, as there were for many other Caribbean people or just any other, I would say, immigrant individuals from immigrant populations. This again, what I talked about, the racial distancing. Don't be like the Black Americans. That was very, that was very common that you would hear that. And it's not surprising for me to hear other people talk about when they were growing up, this idea.
Yeah. So they heard it from their parents and all the Akata, stay away from them, find a nice white family and go be friends with them, all this other nonsense. And then they internalized it. And every time people had something to say, they weren't, what's up, my brother? What's up, my sister? It was all wait, what? No, I'm not Black. Because they was listening, right? Let's go here.
I don't identify myself as a Black person anymore. I identify myself as a Jamaican person.
I've always identified as a Grenadian. American one, and I'm not Black. Everybody was shocked at that statement. Like, you're not Black? What are you then? Like, I'm a person. What is Black? So what are you? Yellow, like lemonish green? What is with?
It's difficult because I don't identify as being Black. Also, like I was
not Black, I'm African.
You're not Black?
No. It's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? I came in a plane, they came in chains. I'm passenger in their cargo.
And I was 17 to go to college. So I will start off with the fact that I never really saw myself as a Black person growing up. I still don't. Of course, it's something
else. I'm not Black. This is Black. I'm not Black. I'm not African either. I live in Africa. I'm Somali. I speak Somali. This is my flag.
I don't like this. Like, why are you telling me I have to do this because I'm Black when it's been already pointed out that I'm Haitian? Why do I now have to submit to this idea of being Black? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's what you don't get. A lot of people are.
Black. I have never and will never identify myself as Black. And I'll elaborate as to why I'm saying this, because this is needed in so you can pretty much understand that just because I look like you, that does not mean I identify myself as such. So for instance, sweetheart, I am Congolese.
The world is colorblind. I'm not a Black man. Yeah. Look at my face. Yeah. I'm more like brown.
And
I'm not Black. Let me say that again. I am not Black. Okay?
Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as Black. She's like, you're not Black, you're Nigerian.
So what's the big deal about saying that these Tethers are now running Essence and they don't have the Black culture? Now everybody, oh no, they're Black. That's stupid. Why are you saying they're not Black? Why y'all sound like the CIA? And in all these situations, they sat here and tried so damn hard to make sure we understood they ain't Black. And we said, okay. And then once we started standing on lineage business, all of a sudden they had a 180. And my question was, and still is, why the switch up? Why the switch up? It got to a point where these folks didn't like the fact or don't like the fact when we can call them straight out and say, hey, you don't look African. You African, ain't you? What, nigga? What makes you think that I am African? Oh, now I know you're African. Oh, you Caribbean, huh? Oh, you Dominican, huh? You Puerto Rican. But it really hits the African when we say that. Have y'all noticed it? Ever since they made that complete 180, and anybody that says, hey, you know, you look African, where are you from? They start going all over the place, grasping for straws. Salute to Zaria. She said you smell bush meat on their breath. Love that. Let's go here, family. This person kind of explains why.
Can we just talk about how African Americans and Africans don't even look that different?
I used to wonder what was this obsession with all of these Africans from different countries saying that Black Americans look African all the time. And I always wondered why they get so offended when we say we can tell that there are, you know, people from that continent, from Africa. Like, we can tell. And then they go, what country? And they get like really butthurt. But when you guys say that we look Black American, we don't say, well, what state? Because essentially our states here are the equivalent of some of your countries, like the sizing, the type of people that live there. Like, you can usually tell a Southern person from a Northern person, and definitely a Midwest or a Western person. Like, obviously a lot of people have migrated across, you know, the country, but for a lot of the times you can kind of tell. I had no idea until I did some further research that the reason why you guys get so mad when we say that you look African, well, let me let an African tell you.
You look African. It's such a simple and succinct statement. And for Africans in the diaspora, it's a very sensitive one at the same time. Like, I know maybe not for everybody or maybe just for me, but like, because subconsciously Africans associate like looking African with like the struggle, you know, a bit of the past. So like, we rather someone discover that we are African than, you know, like just know, because then they just see the African, we know the African look is a strong look, like, you know, subconsciously, of course, because that's what we've seen is this sort of victory, roots, you know, give us free, you know, so we associate that. So when someone else says like, oh my God, you look African, it's like, hey, why? Can you see, can you see my past? Can you see the struggles, you know? But why? Why do I look African? What about me showed you African? You look African is very different. But go up to an African today and tell them, just from jump, hey, you look African, and see their reaction. The first look is concerned, then it's like, oh yeah.
So family, you heard it from the camel's mouth yourself with your own ears that they don't like when people say, hey, you look African, because they associate with looking African with poverty. So when someone says you look African, it's like you calling them, you saying you look poor. That was literally the whole issue for these people. It's the fact that they look at themselves when people are associating them with their homeland with poverty. So let me rewind back to the beginning of this broadcast when I played the woman who said Africans are winning. And when I asked the question, where are they winning? She got the wrong ending. They're not winning, they're fleeing. They're not winners, they're fleers. You can't be winning when you look at your home, your people, your continent. When people say you look like them, you associate that with poverty. How are you winning? How are you winning? Salute to Black RU for your, thank you for your super chat, family. I appreciate it. Your contribution is blessed tenfold. Tell me, where's the winning? I wish I was in front of this lady who said Africans are winning, get on the winning team, because I would damn sure ask her, if Africans are winning, why the hell do you look at yourself? When I say you look African, you associate that with saying you look poverty stricken. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Should have never loaded me with that bullet. Pause. You should have never gave me the gun. Because I'm going to shoot it off everywhere I can. Don't tell me that you're winning, Africans got it, when every time someone say you look like where you from, you feel like they saying you look like you're poverty stricken. Very, very interesting. Salute to Mia Kim. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. So now it makes sense, right? And there's this clip I'm about to show right now. Family, brace yourself. Brace yourself, family. If you got some arm holders on your chair, grab them. Brace yourself for this. When you ask these people, who do they look like? These folks, oh yeah, it's all an illusion. You're absolutely right. But guess what? It's also delusion. These folks are living in a psychosis, and so they believe everybody they look like is either a Black American or a white American. Let's go here, family. I'm telling you, brace yourself.
People tell you look like
maybe the guy that acting Blood Diamond. Black guy.
Now that was the only person who said the truth. This is about to go far left, family. Now I'm not saying he looks like dude from Blood Diamond, but what I'm saying is he's the only person that selected an African when he was asked, who do you look like? Now everybody else, it's about to go far left field.
Black guy.
What's his name? What celebrity this guy look like?
Look at Eddie Murphy.
What celebrity people tell you look like?
Eddie Murphy.
What celebrity does this guy look like? Tell you look like?
Eddie Murphy. Look at Eddie Murphy.
What celebrity people tell you look like?
Family. Do these people look anything like what they say? This man said Eddie Murphy. Did this man look like Eddie Murphy to you? He don't even look like Eddie Murphy ate Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy has played many of big roles. Y'all remember the Clumps? And he does not look like Eddie Murphy whatsoever, even with a fat suit on. Let's let him continue.
Eddie Murphy.
What celebrity does this guy look like?
Jay-Z.
Family. Family. The side-by-side picture. Tell me. Musty Murphy. Real stuff. Family. Yeah, WTF, the delusion is real. The delusion is real. He's Eddie Murphy's toe jam. Oh, yes. Yes. I see y'all lighting it up in the comments. They trolling. They trolling hard. JJ from Good Times. Let's family, I told you to brace yourself, bro. I told you. I knew what this was going to do. Hold on. We ain't done yet. We are not done.
Jay-Z. Yeah. All right. What celebrity people tell you look like? Who?
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart. Okay.
Kevin Hart. Let's go.
Stay right there, Kevin. What celebrity, right, does this guy?
Dude, check out the goddamn hairline. He got a backwards V in his hairline. Come on, family. You can't make this up. This was presented to us by the Most High. The Most High has guided my hands in bringing this to you, family. God himself, the Most High said, look, y'all need a good laugh. Take this. Take that like Diddy. Pause.
I look like
Justin Bieber.
He look like
Justin Bieber.
Like Justin Bieber. He's a black guy. You realize that?
Yeah.
But you think you look like Justin Bieber? All right. What celebrity people tell you look like, bro?
Kiss.
Family. No.
Who? Ludacris?
Yeah.
Who?
They tell him he looks like Luda. What about in the candy store? That chocolate, make it melt. Whip the chains, handcuffs, smack a little booty up with my belt. No, not Luda. Oh, he said he looked like the Fast and the Furious in the flesh, manifested. Oh, geez.
Ludacris. All right. What celebrity people tell you?
Family, this is why apparently whenever they think of what they look like or who you think you look like, they're not saying any Africans or nothing like that. There was only one man who named an African dude, and everybody else started naming some outlandish, god dang, in the words of Miss Niecy, Hurricane Niecy, shout out to her, some straight fuckery. That's all we got out of it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. So now that we understand or asked the question, why the switch up? What was it that made people really want to switch up? And I think it's safe to say it was all about the dollar bill, y'all. Let's go here.
Cash reparations for Black Americans, freedmen, or Black American slave descendants.
Notice, this isn't a freedman saying this, is it? Nah. We didn't push the needle so much that people are making content off of this and they have nothing to do with reparations. But at least they're making the right kind of content off of this.
Cash reparations for Black Americans, freedmen, or Black American slave descendants aren't just deserved, they are overdue. The US government has paid reparations to Japanese Americans after World War II, Holocaust survivors, Native Americans, and Alaskans. But the people whose stolen labor built America, freedmen, have yet to receive a single federal dollar. In fact, when slavery ended, even slave owners received reparations from the UK government, compensated for the loss of their so-called property. That money made from slavery created generational wealth, land, business empires, institutional power, passed down to the descendants of slave owners. Freedmen got nothing, no land, no capital, no restitution. Instead, they inherited intergenerational trauma and inequality as a legacy, racist policing, and a racist prison system. And yet, even after all that, Black American slave descendants changed the world. Innovators, inventors, artists, leaders pushing forward in science, culture, politics, and beyond. Their influence shaped every layer of American life, not just the labor, they were the genius behind the progress. Enslaved Africans were the original capital. Their bodies powered the early economy, and it was their descendants, the freedmen, who went on to build modern America, its culture, its industries, its global influence. This isn't about handouts, it's about justice. It's about settling a debt that made the United States possible. Reparations aren't even radical. We're simply talking about basic justice.
So, family, that's exactly what it's all about. It's all about people knowing that foundational Black Americans are closer and closer to reparations, whether they like to admit it or not. Let's be very clear on that. And you know that it was all about the money and being in proximity to us because they want some of that money. That's what the Essence Fest was trying to do as well. Trying to get some of that 1.7 or 1.5 as of now, $1 trillion spending that we do. It's all a con game. And you know how we know it's a con game? Let's go here, family. Boom. Diaspora initiative looks to tap into 1.7 trillion African American purse. Oh yeah, let's get into this article. Southern Africa is the target market, for the first in a series of African Diaspora and Friends of Africa investment summits. African American buying power could reach 1.7 trillion by 2030. Why are they pocket watching us? Projected by the McKinsey Institute for Black Economic Mobility. But only a tiny fraction of it is currently ending up in Africa. You know what that means? They're talking about what people are sending home, the tethers, people who are making money using us in our communities who are sending that money back home. That's what they're talking about. So they would like a lot more of our spending power. With the African Union, AU, and the Joe Biden administration both promoting the diaspora as key potential sources of funding for the continent. Excuse me. Family. The AU and Joe Biden administration? Didn't we say the dang Democrats are out here trying to push not just our erasure, but trying to get us to not just leave America, but fund other countries? This is why all of a sudden Ghana came out of nowhere promoting the Back to Africa pilgrimage. This is why it happened right when? At the end of Joe Biden's presidency. Try to tell you. A coalition of Black business leaders is coming together. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. All right. A coalition, sorry, I had a text message, family. A coalition of Black business leaders is coming together to help turn things around. Who are these Black business people? We need to know names so we can know who not to rock with. On the 17th October, they announced the first in what they envision as a series of African diaspora and Friends of Africa investment summits over the coming years. New investments. A few dozen investors and U.S. government officials attended the launch of the South African Embassy in Washington, D.C. The half-day event was a precursor for the 3-day summit focused on the 16 members of Southern Africa Development Community. Who are these people that was there? Who are these people that was there? Scheduled to take place from March 6th to March 8th in Washington. This is an opportunity for us to take diaspora wealth and redirect it to include the continent, said Larry Yon, co-organizer of the event. Let me reread that. This is an opportunity for us to take diaspora wealth, and by diaspora wealth, they're meaning foundational Black American wealth, and redirect it into the continent. This is these people's goal and have been these people's goal all along. The summit offers a twist on the ever-growing number of the diaspora initiatives by seeking to engage the broader African-American community in addition to more recent immigrants from the continent, Jan tells Africa Report. Exactly. Salute to Iron Will. Diaspora wealth my ass. Africans is the wealthiest. Fuck are y'all talking about? They don't have the wealth, so they're not the wealthiest. You know, Chinese are the wealthiest, and the Russians are the wealthiest, and anybody that goes into Africa and take the wealth is the wealthiest. But the Africans themselves, no, they're not. Let's go here. Let's continue on. There's a lot of opportunity there. There's a lot of money here, Jan says. That ends up being one of the biggest problems. The diaspora not knowing what the investment opportunities are. We know what the damn opportunities are. We don't give a damn about them. Take them back to the people in your land. Let them invest in themselves. And the asset manager not knowing that there's an investment community that actually exists that's interested in the African story. Then why don't you go to these investment groups and let them support the African story? That's not our job, and that is not our interest. The investment summits, he adds, aim to encompass the broad definition of the diaspora as laid out by the AU. In 2012, the AU adopted the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. Really? And described it as consisting of people of African origins living outside of the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, and who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and the building of the African Union. So basically, they open the doors to say, hey, you guys could be African too, as long as you want to pay to be African, as long as you want to invest in Africa, as long as you ding, 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 bring the bag. At a time when the U.S. is waking up, I'm sorry if I got distracted. At a time that the U.S. is waking up to Africa's demographics and the resources potential, while fretting about China's massive head start on the continent, the event organizer said African Americans have a unique opportunity to seize the moment. The U.S. diaspora is the most natural partner for Africa. Oh no, y'all did no. When we was trying to do business, you guys were saying no. The Asians got us. We're cool. No. We don't need any Black Americans over here. You guys are ghetto. You guys are lazy. You guys bring crime and all this other stuff. No. That's what y'all was saying, right? Every nation has an action plan for Africa except the diaspora. We don't need an action plan for a place we don't intend to be. We got an action plan for our situation. Why do we need to have an action plan for you? Exactly. Salute Andrea once more. Willing to be scammed. That's what they are. And willing to be taken advantage of. They think we're also willing to be scammed by, thinking that we're going to put money into their country. Hell no. Salute to Opal Ivy. This is the truth. Yeah, this is exactly what's going on. Crystal Watson said, scam alert. Scam alert. Scam. I'm with you. I am with you. Let's see here. Let that sink in for a moment. We ask each of you that's here today to work with us to create that action plan. Once again, in the words of our brother Randy Jackson, it's a no for me, dog. Jan has almost 2 decades of experience working with Africans as the president and co-founder of Cyber Alliance, a US-based technology company. So I see anything that has Cyber Alliance on it needs to be boycotted as well. Good to know. He launched the summit in collaboration with his co-founder, Kendrell Felder, and Olivier Kamanzi. Oh yeah, the chairman of the African Global Chamber of Commerce and U.S. nonprofit. The U.S. Diaspora, Jan said, is the most natural partner for Africa. I would disrespectfully decline. Attendees included a range of private sector investment experts as well as U.S. officials. Who are those U.S. officials? Including North Carolina Congresswoman Valerie Foushee. Who is this Valerie Foushee? This is Valerie Foushee. She needs to be voted out. Let's get back over here. Let's get back over here. Those of us who have some experience with this know what we're hearing this morning. Gives us the courage, I believe, to go ahead and do what we know we should do and can do as it relates to investing in South Africa, in other African countries, Foushee said. I don't agree with that one bit, Foushee. I think you need to take your ass over there and do the investing if that's what you want to do. But don't bring us into this, Foushee. Foushee, maybe? Looks like Foushee. Okay. Let's just finish this off here. South African manufacturing base. For South Africa, working with the U.S. diaspora can boost Black-owned businesses. In both countries, said Ishmael. This can't be that just it just writes itself. Ishmael Esau. For Jacob I love and Esau I hate. The deputy chief of the mission at the of missions at the embassy. South Africa's economic reform agenda is focused on expanding our industrial base, Esau said. The availability of critical raw materials in South Africa and in neighboring countries is driving efforts to expand high-value manufacturing. This is a real opportunity for more U.S. investment that can leverage the demonstrated manufacturing based in South Africa. No, it can't. No, it can't, and no, it won't. Yes, this is scamming on steroids. Who do they think they fooling? Not us. They probably do think they fooling us, but yeah, they're not. Speakers at the event encouraged U.S. investors to look past the negative news often portrayed in Western media and sovereign credit reporting. And instead, make their own connections for a more balanced view of the continent. Africa remains one of the fastest growing continents in the terms of economic numbers, and where you're going to see the largest consumer market, said Bentua Betu Kabori Sebro, executive director of the Institutional Investors Network, a Washington-based nonprofit that aims at educating U.S. investors on opportunities in Africa. Interesting. These members aren't just, excuse me, I'm sorry. These numbers aren't just statistical. It's starting to fade out, so it's a little harder to see. If you want diversity in you want to diversify your portfolio, excuse me, it is not a place that can't, excuse me, it is not a place that can be ignored. And that's coming from them over there at the Africa Report. So, family, that's what it's been about the whole damn time. They went from me no black to 2023, seeing the whole situation that was happening with the movement, and that's serving the Democratic Party. And they decided to take a new approach, to take a 180, if you will, because they want some of that 1.7 trillion that the African American purse, that they call it, in their words, produces. The FBA community produces. It's a no for me, dog. It's a hell no. And lastly, before we get up out of here, a lot of folks have been going around trying to convince us to call ourselves African for that very same reason. And more of us is explaining to these folks why we're not African and why we already been there, done that. We ain't having it. But our sister, there's a sister that makes a very good point. So let's do the video of us explaining first, and then we'll play the clip of our sister, and then we'll be up out of here. Let's go here first.
Bro, I'm tired of African Americans, bro. We just gave out a name because we called on. Nobody made us aware. No one made us aware that you guys were reaping the benefits of our names, and we weren't. So we don't want to be labeled as African Americans, bro. People continue to get on here and say we don't want to acknowledge that we come from Africa. Bro, actually, no, we don't want to acknowledge that because we don't come from Africa. We haven't been over there for almost 500 years, bro, probably longer than that. And some of us had never been there. Do you understand how the slave trade worked? And why would anyone want to be associated with people who sold off their children? You sold off your children. And then you want people to acknowledge that they come from you? No one cares. A lot of you look deformed as well. Uneven shaped noggins. Over protruding stomachs.
My brother said uneven shit noggins. Oh, damn. That's hilarious. Salute to our brother and sister Truth. Thank you for being here, family. Also, Black Truth United. Shout out to my brother there. I don't know if he's been in the chat or if he's not in the chat. I know that he's probably been watching because he already shared it. But shout out to our brother as well.
I don't want you here personally. I don't want to get to know you. Yes, I want to divide from you. I don't want to get to know you ever. I only want to deal with Americans. Not African Americans, not only Americans, people who are going to say they are American and they don't represent other countries because it makes them spyish. What don't y'all get? You guys sell your people, of course you're going to come over here and sell us out. We don't need to make room for you. And if everybody keep getting on the internet talking about something, oh yeah, we're trying to divide. Yes, we're trying to divide from these people. They're not our people. If they so much y'all people go to their country, get the fuck out of America. We got shit going on over here, and y'all worried about other countries, other black people. That's a skin color. Race is made up. We don't care about that. We care about the nation that we represent. And that's America. I don't care if you my skin color. What do I care? When you wouldn't even care if I was your son or your child, you would sell me into slavery. So no, I don't want to be represented by no African. I despise you and you are distasteful. More so than the Europeans.
Damn. More so than the Europeans.
We have been nothing but nice to Africans. We have shown nothing but love to Africans. When I was growing up, I thought I was African American. I genuinely thought that, and I was all right with it. I defended Africa. When people would draw the Egyptians as white or Arabs, I would interject and I would say, no, they're black. I would stand up for the Moors. When people would talk about the history of Europe, I would say, no, the Moors taught them how to bathe. I defended Africa. I thought I was African. But when I realized how dirty they viewed us, when I realized how much they looked down on us, when I realized how much shit they talked about us, I said, fuck. And when I realized my true identity as a Hebrew and that we're indigenous here, I really said, fuck. These people treat us like shit. They started this diaspora war, and now they're all up in my comments like, oh, what's wrong with black Americans? You don't know yourself. No, sir, you don't know yourself. And you obviously don't know who the fuck we are. We have been nothing but nice to Africans. We have.
Don't you think this is the goal, though? Causing division. It's more of us than them, regardless where anyone comes from. We all had the same hue. Why not unify versus giving them what they want? Let me check this out. We tried. That was the goal for black Americans at first when y'all got over here. Y'all did just want to link with us. Y'all, no, nigga, we don't want to deal with you American black niggas. That's what y'all told us. That was the goal that we tried to have with y'all. For decades since y'all been on this land with us in America, y'all been divisive. Collectively. Not all y'all, but collectively, y'all been divisive. Y'all been the one undermining what we have going on. Come on, let's keep it real. Y'all have. We extended our hand. You and the Mexicans popped out here and said, no, we don't deal with y'all. We was told not to hang with y'all. That's what was told to us. And that's how y'all reciprocated with us. So why should we continue to fight for a group of people that will undermine us? Huh? Y'all in our politics, y'all undermine what we trying to get reparations. Everything, even our culture, y'all try to undermine our culture. Don't forget, y'all the ones told us we weren't African. Back in the day, and I hated this boy. In the early 80s and late 90s, late 80s, early 80s to the 90s, black people talking about they from Africa. We from Africa, man. We need to go back to Africa, the motherland, fool. Yeah, that was the dumbest thing we ever did. Because we were looking to a continent of people that didn't give a damn about us. Whereas on our soil, we have ancestors here that have done things, that have accomplished things, that have fought and bled on this land, and we just looking over there, but not seeing what's in front of us. And I'm thankful that more and more black people are delineating, moving away from y'all. Y'all know what I'm trying to say delineating, but my tongue getting tongue tied. But we moving away from y'all. We moving away. And it's mighty funny that now y'all saying we African now. Since we started delineating from y'all, now we African. Oh, you African now? Brother, you're African. Don't you forget that. You are African, nigga. No. Y'all said we weren't African in the first place. And we not. We ain't African, bro. We don't have to come together. Y'all do your own thing. Y'all stop trying to tether and crowbar y'all way into our stuff. I'm sorry. We're going to give them what they want. Separation. Y'all come over here with tribalism. Y'all look at us as a different tribe. How can we come together with a group of people who can't even come together in their own country? Think about that. Y'all can't even come together in your own country. What make you think black Americans going to be fools again to link up with y'all again? That's some cool individuals, but collectively, no. Delineation is a must. And y'all stand on y'all 10 toes and fight. That's all. Y'all stand to the side. Y'all do your own thing. Y'all have that Jubei, Juke, and June Boom, whatever type of festival y'all have. We don't try to crowbar our way in y'all stuff. Why y'all want to crowbar y'all way in our stuff? That's what I don't get. We don't go to y'all African festivals and look around and be like, why no black American music being played? Why no black American food here? Why we gonna bring our own food there to an African or Caribbean spot, man? A festival. Y'all are disrespectful, man. Y'all too disrespectful.
That's it. That's all, family. That's all that has to be said. From all angles. From all angles. But family, one of our sisters said something that really made me start thinking, and I agree with her. Just because we're not using African American, we should make sure that nobody else uses it too. We should make sure that that term gets dissolved. And the reason why is because there's so much history with that term. And so now some African dude can come here from Africa, claim to be African American, and then try to tie himself to the history. See, look, this is what the African Americans have done, all due to the studies that have been done. They all use African American, all the goddamn history when they talking about African American, it says African American. It doesn't say Black American. It doesn't say foundational Black American. So that'd be a way for them to actually steal not just who we are, but our birthright as well. So when they say reparations should be paid to the African American, they're going to pop up like, I am African American, nigga. Let's go to this sister here, and then we're going to end off.
All right, some of y'all are not going to like this message, but I need you to listen. Before you comment, I want you to fucking listen. When it comes to the term African American as Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, Sulan, I personally want the name deaded. I do not want the others to be able to classify themselves as African American. Now, before you get to type and talk about, well, they're from Africa and they live in America. No, here's the reason why we want the name to be completely just deaded, because a lot of our historical things in museums, in papers, just in historical impacts has been written about our ancestors using the title, not only Black American, Negro, but also African American. We cannot just act like we're going to give over that name, because guess what? Everybody's talking about the fact that these people are trying to destiny swap with us by allowing them to take over a name that historically has been attached to us. Whether you agree with the name or not, you cannot negate the fact that in a lot of history, the term African American is also used, especially in the last 30 years. And it's been about our people, okay? So for me personally, and if you really use critical thinking, the name needs to be deaded. It does not need to be transferred over to people who are actively trying to destiny swap with us in the land that we cultivated in order to allow them to come here and be comfortable. Going and transferring a name over to them because technically it matches them more than it matches us as being Africans is still allowing them to take over and destiny swap even in the title of an ethnicity that I believe should be deaded. It should not be allowed to be used. I mean, we have these Africans sitting here talking about, well, Elon Musk is an African American. Like, do you know how that fucking sounds? That sounds ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous. So personally, I think the advocacy behind that needs to be for it to be deaded, not for it to be transferred over to a group of people who then, think about it, 20 years from now, they'll be able to tell their children's children, oh yes, look at everything that we created. And it'll be historically said that it's African American, but really it'll be our ancestors, but it'll be them taking credit, like they're trying to take credit for a lot of things. Like, these people are freaking ridiculous. I have seen so many things about them trying to take over. There was a girl that made a video talking about, oh, what are some cultural foods that other people eat? Like, she didn't name a race, she didn't name an ethnicity, nothing. There were people that were Asian and they're talking about, oh, like these type of noodles, da 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 da. And the Africans were in there talking about, well, those ingredients came from Africa, so technically that's our food. Like, they're not just trying to do it to us, honey. They really have taken that fucking statement that they're the motherland, which I don't fucking believe that, because I believe we are in the motherland when it comes to everybody comes here to come up. So how the fuck are they the motherland when people are leaving there in droves and dying in droves? Like, it's not giving babes. But that comment section, I don't know if you know what video I'm talking about, but so many people were naming so many different foods from around the world. And there were so many Africans in that comment section talking about, well, we make that same food, so technically everything comes from Africa. Like, they are trying to take over everything. They have lost their fight with colonization in their countries, in that continent. So they decided that they are going to try and war and take over here. And as much as they want to say that's white supremacy, that's division, it is not division. They are literally trying to destiny swap and take over. They are trying to create a tribal war on a land where we were never raised to be tribal, but we're being forced to be tribal at this point because it's the invasion of our cultural spaces. So African American needs to be a deaded name. I do not want to just shift over a name that has been attached to us for so long, right or wrong, to these people, because there are way too many things in history that are written about us, okay? So the name needs to be completely deaded. I don't believe that it should be transferred over, because that's transferring over the energy that has been behind that name through the fights that our ancestors have made. It is transferring over the achievements that our ancestors have made. They'll be able to sit back and say that those achievements are because of them, just based off of that name being transferred over to them. The name needs to be deaded.
Family, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. They already running around here trying to destiny swap with us. Why make it easy for them? So even though we don't use African American, I think it's time that we abolish that term. I think it's time that we dismantle the use of that word. Period. We don't want nobody using it. You're not African American. You're Nigerian American. You're Ghanaian American. You're Mali American. Just like y'all was doing beforehand. Period, point, and black. We want you out of our culture and out of our country. And that's why I named this broadcast Go Home Tether. And I had to, switch up the Tia and Tamara look because, I didn't want any issues there. But yeah, we want you to go home, Tether. You don't have to leave, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And for the people who say, well, where will they go? They don't have anywhere to go. Their homes are riddled with crime and infested with yada, yada, yada. I don't care. As a matter of fact, it just aired. Shout out. This just ended. Kenya has officially removed visas for all Africans and most Caribbean countries. There you go. Go ahead and swing on by there. Salute DJ Black 909. Thank you for being here, family. Go ahead and swing on over to Kenya. They got open borders for you. Just like y'all like it. Just like y'all like it. They got the open borders for you. Go have fun. But with that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, like I said, we're actually winning. We're actually winning. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I'm loving everybody coming together. And we ain't even had to come into the same room to come up with the notion. We just looked at each other, nodded our heads, gave a wink, was like, yeah, this is what we're on. And the more and more days go by, the more and more foundational Black Americans wake up with the proper language and a proper way of addressing situations. And I love it. Love, love, love it. And I hope you're enjoying it too. We've been able to see why they had a 180 turn. Apparently, it's because, they want some of that 1.7 trillion in spending power that we produce. They hate when we say, hey, you look African, because we've learned today that they tend to tie that with poverty stricken. They are not us, we are not them, and they are not like us. And with that being said, family, I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I appreciate all my members. Thank you to all my members and mods. I want to give a shout out and a salute to everybody that donated, whether on Cashapp or Super Chat. I appreciate you as well. I appreciate everybody who lent me their attention. I appreciate you as well. And I appreciate everybody in the replay gang. Appreciate you as well. And to all the members who were able to see the scam Africanism versus the Diaspora video that I put into the members only area, please, in this comment section, please make sure you drop what you thought of that whole situation so that people who are not members can now have your take before they actually see the video to have theirs. It'd be probably like a, what do you call it? Like a brief preview. Give your review of that video for me, if you will. But with that being said, family, I appreciate each and every one of you. Like I said, until next time, the doors of the church are now closed. Wait, hold up. Wait a second. Oh, okay. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.